Yo, what up? It's your boy once again. We're gonna try something different this time. Oh, wait, sorry. 1 second. I need some things. Uh, okay. Can I do this? Let's do this, and then this. Okay. So, we're gonna try some new things and see how it goes. Firstly, firstly, we have something like a thesis. It's not even really a thesis. It's more like a question, right? Oh, can you not read that? Not really. Also, flashbang. Didn't consider that. Uh, let's see. Let's do bigger. That'll help. And also, probably more like this. Okay, better? Yes, much better. So we're gonna tackle a bit of a research project. It came up during the Fallout New Vegas playthrough. Like, what are the deal with ghouls? Like, actually, what is the deal with ghouls? Right? Because there are different people that have become ghouls. There's people like what is her name? Moira Brown, right? She's the lady in Fallout 3 who helps you with the survival guide or makes the survival guide. She gets nuked into becoming a ghoul, but there's other people as well. There's the guy from Nick Valentine's backstory who just got like ghoul treatment, if you will. But even in Fallout 4, there's the Chinese guy in a submarine, right? Who for some reason is a ghoul. And these people have like, so she became a ghoul. Moira Brown, I think is what her name is. Let's double check. But that's kind of what I'm saying here. So if we look, yeah, that's her name, Moira Brown. Can I tweak these settings? That helps. And also, I'm not super fond of this being. Maybe I can make it better. Okay, let's do. How would I do that? Okay, so I don't really like the white mode, the light mode. Feels like a flashbang. So I'm gonna see if I can make that better somehow. Let me see. Where would I? I've never noticed that every WordPad is kind of white backed, huh? To emulate paper. Uh, is WordPad still a thing? I knew they were retiring WordPad. Let's see. Do I have WordPad? And does it let you change the color of the background? Uh, certainly lets you change the color of the text. Ooh, so interesting. I've never considered that before. Is there a dark mode in Word? I'll gladly use it if there is such a thing. Um, not so sure. Okay. But you get the idea. That's basically what I'm going to try and do. As in so much as I can. Uh, yeah, WordPad just doesn't have very many options. Which makes sense. It is supposed to be like the lightest one. Page setup? Yeah, no. Alright, so this is the best we've got for now. So, we have Moira Brown first. And let me move some things around. Part of what I'm thinking, just so many ads. It's fine. It's fine. Part of what I'm thinking is we can have our notes probably here-ish and bring in this just like pare this down a little bit. Yeah, that'll be okay, right? It's not perfect. Let's just move it. We don't really need the ads and stuff. There we go. Oh, I didn't fix my own ads now that I think about it. I probably should have. It's okay. In fact, let's do that too, if I can. Let's see if I can do this real quick. Wow. I see all of these options. However, they don't say anything to me. Nothing looks familiar. That's certainly not good. Probably not the best time to be doing this either, but I would like to be able to consider it at the very least. I understand the automated way. From your dashboard, you can activate it. I hear what you're saying, but I just don't believe you yet. This one? I found that I can make subscribers have ad-free reviewing, which is cool. Okay, so we have the ads manager here. Okay. This seems fine, probably. Okay, yeah, we can probably do something like this. 3 minutes of ads per hour, something like that. Okay. Um, okay. Yeah, we'll go with that for now. I'm not totally sure. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, let's just leave it right where it is then. Okay. Sorry, I was affecting some dials, some tubules. So we have Moira here, whose daily schedule doesn't matter. So if we blow up Megaton, she does not die. Instead, she becomes ghoulified. The Wasteland Survival Guide quest started, or if she is met and gives the armored vault jumpsuit to the Lone Water, she can be found in the Megaton ruins. The quest was not started, she can be found in the underworld, whereupon she claims she was out of town during the detonation and is apparently unaware of her recent affliction. Depending on how the Lone Wanderer breaks the news to her, she will either fall into despair or remain positive. Convincing her that the Wasteland Survival Guide is a bad idea will result in a 30% discount. Wow. And increase the repair skill. Wait, increase her repair skill from 24 to 54. Why? She just like redoubles her efforts repairing? Weird. Karma will be lost, but the Dream Crusher perk is given to the player character. And she'll be much less positive and more gloomy. Fascinating. Her voice lines are not affected when she becomes ghoulified, which is not surprising because they would have to probably either re-record or at least edit the audio. And that's another thing that's interesting. So no ghoul voice. Because ghouls definitely do have a way that they sound in this game, but not everyone does. Because there's like Dean Domino, who also has no ghoul voice, right? And there's probably others too. Which is kind of a weird thing. She does not fast travel to Underworld, but instead walks. Interesting. A less than straightforward route, and Moira's observed unwillingness to defend herself. What kind of survival guide writer has this problem? Carol says it takes months or years to become ghoulified. Moira will instantly become a ghoul if Megatron is described. Exactly. This is the kind of thing that I'm talking about. I don't know who Carol is, but that's exactly what I'm saying. So this is another kind of important consideration, right? Carol just says this, right? We see Moira become a ghoul. So that's like, the difference between an observation or conjecture from someone in canon and someone who actually experiences things, as far as I'm concerned, canonically. Like it's a theoretical it's a theoretical outcome of the continuum shift that is, Fallout's gameplay, player agency or whatever. So Carol says it takes months or years to become a ghoul. I'm gonna do that for now. I should probably set this up in a different way, but we're just going with it for now. Okay, she's got experiments. You can perhaps tame mole rats. Interesting. Oh, she has a repellent stick. Very good. But she got ugly real fast. That's the Army of Darkness. Okay. In one of the later Chapter 8 quests in the Fallout Shelter Online, about 10 years after the events of Fallout 3, Moira is at the Commonwealth. Fascinating. And is trying to fulfill her mission to tame and ride Mirelurks, but she accidentally traps herself in their lair. She introduces herself as coming from the capital. One of the team members recognizes her as the author of the Wasteland Survival Guide. Is that a thing in Fallout 4? I had no idea. She introduces herself as coming from the capital, right? And one of the team members recognizes and claims to be her biggest fan. She agrees to sign their copy after she joins the player's vault and shows interest in studying the ecological environment. This is only from a story perspective, however, and she still needs to be recruited gameplay-wise. Okay, so she's just got a cameo appearance as presumably not a ghoul. Yeah, she doesn't look like a ghoul. That's fine. So Carol, certainly a ghoul. She's a denizen of Underworld. Okay. Carol and Greta are both in Carol's place. I guess I just straight up don't remember this. I remember Underworld existing, but I don't know very much about it. Have I ever been to Underworld? What does it look like? I'm gonna be honest. This doesn't look familiar to me. Interesting. Have I never been to Underworld? Wow, it looks sick. That looks familiar for some reason. This doesn't. Fascinating. Got some concept art for it still. So they basically like took over a museum called Underworld and decided, yeah, we're ghouls. This is a little garish. We should live here. All right. We might have to check Underworld out. Do I have Fallout 3? I think I do. Let me double check. Uh, Fallout New Vegas, but no Fallout 3. I even have the first Fallout, weirdly enough. Okay. We might have to get Fallout 3 and check out Underworld, because I don't think I've ever been there. $20 for Fallout 3? Highway robbery, brother. Uh, yeah, we'll download it though. It'll be fine. I mean, I'd feel better about it if it worked better. But my optics, my perspective optics for Fallout 3 is very, very grim. Uh, sorry, let me go online. There we go. One more second. Just getting this going for later. If we decide to go in and do a little more investigation. Do I need to download all this stuff? Okay, so we're not going to update Barony, but everybody else can update. There we go. Okay, so that'll happen in the background. We'll look into that later. I've played Fallout 3 on console, but apparently I don't have it on Steam, so it's fine. We can look at the Underworld a little bit later. I don't need to know about you. I want to know what you say specifically about ghouls. Uh, she okay, so she was born in 2051, which is when exactly? When did the bombs fall? It's like 20 something, right? Um, Mass Fusion is founded. Nuka-Cola enters the market. Okay. Energy crisis. That makes sense. Where? It's definitely going to happen soon. Okay, Anchorage front lines. I feel like it should be more obvious when this stuff goes down. Like there should be a big ol'. Oh my gosh, dude. There's so much in this. Oh wait. I was talking about the Dunwich building, which could be perfect. The city of Necropolis is founded by ghoul survivors of Vault 12 and U.S. citizens that fled when the bombs fell. Sure. Yes, here it is. So 947, which would be sometime in October, late October of 2077. Okay, thank you. So is that cyberpunk too? Cyberpunk 2077? Weird. Anyways, so she was 26. That makes sense. It seems like almost every ghoul is adult age too, except for what's his name? Billy? I think it's Billy, a child ghoul. We'll verify that in a second. We'll keep this actually. This could be useful, but we're probably done with Moira. Billy. No. The Ghoul Child. Perfect. Billy Peabody. Sure. Okay, so he lived with his parents in Quincy before the Great War. When the war struck, Billy was away from his home. He heard the warning sirens, and when the nuclear impacts started, he opted to close himself in a nearby fridge to hide from the bombs. He survived, but he became trapped because the fridge's locking mechanism did not have an interior handle. The fridge in which Billy has been trapped for 210 years is found near the bombed out house along the road between 2 points. Before the war, Billy used to collect baseball cards. Great. He also likes dogs. And will come out happily if dog meat is the companion. Sick. Cindy. His pre-war friend Cindy. A year younger. According to Billy, Cindy's father pointedly warned her to avoid refrigerators because they were dangerous. Billy, who became trapped in a fridge for 2 centuries, agrees with her dad. Um, she's only mentioned in Fallout 4, which isn't terribly surprising. The thing is, I remember a theory, seeing a theory once that Billy isn't talking about the Great War when he was avoiding like the bombs or whatever. Like there could have just been another attack on Quincy that happened later. But if Cindy is for sure pre-war, then he is for certain also pre-war, which makes it much more likely that he's just been in the same fridge for 200 years. Uh, During the journey, the sole survivor will approach a slave dealer named Bullets. Yeah, sure. Oh, really? There's a daytime and nighttime version of the quest. Uh, by showing that ghouls may be able to survive without food, water, or air. Bullet, to whom Bully can be sold, remarks that ghouls do not need to eat and are immune to aging. Billy survived locked in the fridge for 210 years and presumably only was left in the fridge, obviously. Similar to how some feral ghouls are locked away for years and how Coffin Willie was buried alive for months. This suggests an ability to survive on radiation alone or the ability to enter a state of hibernation, as demonstrated by feral ghouls. We'll look at feral ghouls as well. Actually, that's probably worth doing it. I don't know who Coffin Willie is at all. Oh, whoops. That was a mistake. It's fine. We'll get it back. Harland in Fallout New Vegas explains that he had to eat rad roaches and drink pipe condensation to survive. Right. Harland we encountered at Repcon HQ ourselves in our playthrough. It's worth noting, but we'll finish this paragraph first. And within Fallout, the entire city of Necropolis will die off if the Vault Dweller takes their water purification control chip. This is not even consistent with Fallout 4, since Kent Connolly needs sustenance to survive, which is mentioned in Irma's terminal. Oh man. So like even Fallout 4 itself, it has some problems. It's not terribly surprising. Uh, I wonder if it's just carelessness, but we can try and explain this away in a way. So some of the things aren't necessarily contradictory as it is conveyed in this text. So we'll see what we can come up with. So there's a lot happening here. So pre-war trapped for 210 years, right? Also highly relevant is friend Cindy, also pre-war. So it's worth mentioning that we only know about Cindy, as far as I can tell so far, from Billy. So this being corroborating evidence that he is pre-war is only useful if he can be trusted. So I'm going to do like an asterisk here, because he could just be lying about Cindy or when she was, or you know what I mean? Like kids have imaginary friends, stuff like that happens. Sometimes kids just be telling lies. So there's a lot happening in conjunction with this. So no food and water or air even for Billy Peabody. I don't think the air thing matters very much. Presumably the refrigerator is airtight, or at least to some capacity airtight. Yeah, the if it's not running, well, because it's definitely getting chilled air coming into it. So I guess it's not like, I'm pretty sure you can suffocate in a refrigerator. I think the amount of air intake is just too low, probably. Should we ask the question? Can you suffocate in a refrigerator? I'm pretty sure you can. But they're also not airtight, obviously. Death by suffocation or other airtight, because by design, such appliances are airtight when closed. A person entrapped inside will have a low supply of oxygen. They definitely are, so they definitely don't just freely let air into them, but they have like condensers and things that chill the environment. Is there no air at all that flows into it? That kind of makes an amount of sense. It just like recirculates the air probably. So it's truly a closed system. Yeah, they're necessarily sealed by design. I definitely agree with that. I just wasn't sure if it was more like an air conditioning unit type of thing, cuz obviously air conditioning units are anything but sealed. So it seems like what they're saying is that refrigerators don't have an intake at all, which makes an amount of sense. Yeah, sure. Just clarifying that for myself. All right. So, uh there's so much stuff happening. Billy, like this whole section. All right. We'll start with Harland, right? All right. So we have Harland, who survives off of rad roaches and pipe condensation. So this to me is not like an issue. Because what that means to me more than anything else is like active ghouls probably need food. Calamity, she's pre-war, same with Raoul. True. Those are definitely both well, Raoul definitely is pre-war, I think, but Calamity is only very likely to be pre-war. Because I know she says she is, but she could lie. I don't know if we have corroborating evidence that she is pre-war. But yeah, we'll add them to the list. It's definitely worth seeing what they have to say about stuff. I don't know if they speak about becoming ghouls. Calamity only just became a scientist, so she probably doesn't have a very informed stance on it, except from like her personal experience, like anecdotal stuff. But it's certainly worth looking into her in a second. So it seems like active ghouls require food and water, which would explain what is that place? If we take the water chip from where? Was it down here? No, it wasn't. It was a water chip somewhere. Yeah, the Voltorella takes the water purification chip for Necropolis. Got it. Dean literally says he needs to eat, or at least he think he does. Exactly. I think it's. I'm not sure that they do need to eat because have we ever seen a ghoul starve to death? And it has that ghoul been in let me move this a little bit. Has that ghoul been in a place with radiation? Because it could be like, oh, well, they need a sufficient amount of radiation as well in order to not starve to death. I'm kind of in the way of the notes now, but you get the idea. We're capturing the things as we continue. It's fine. We can move stuff around. But yeah, no, I definitely do think that Dean Domino uh, and also needs food. You can add that here. I think he's probably right to think that he needs food. We'll add that to the top. Let's try and rearrange some of this so that we have similar things. We have Carol in Carol's place of Fallout 3. If you don't know who Carol is off the top. This is Harland of FNV. I feel like you're going to know who Nick Valentine is. All right. And we'll look into these two in a second. We're kind of done with Billy. What up, dude? We're trying to get to the bottom of this. This is obviously a highly contentious point of lore. Really, Billy Peabody single-handedly messes this all up. But we're trying to see if there's an answer. It seems like I like the hibernation theory that was suggested here. Like there's some kind of state of hibernation. It says as demonstrated by feral ghouls. I don't really know what they mean by that. We're gonna check that page in a second. But it does seem like feral ghouls are like totally deactivated until you trigger them to be upset or whatever, right? And they'll just be inert for forever. or at least more or less for forever, because we've seen, for example, for feral ghouls. Um, wait, I was thinking our neighbors, right? But our neighbors aren't in their houses in Fallout 4, right? You encounter your neighbors and they're all named. Um, but they're a random event. They don't happen in any particular place, right? They just show up wherever. So it's presumed then that they have just been like feral ghouls more or less this entire time as one collective unit, and no one has encountered them such that they've taken them out until now for 210 years, which is possible, I suppose. It just seems kind of like a stretch, but you know, such is the nature of Fallout. All right, so uh, Kent Connolly needs sustenance to survive, which is mentioned in Irma's terminal. Kent Connolly. I don't know who Kent Connolly woof is. The memory den. Okay, so that's what we're talking about. Kent Connolly. All of his memories are about the Silver Shroud radio. Oh, that's who Kent Connolly is. Okay, got it. Uh, shows he's always going on about. That reminds me, I keep telling him to keep all of his posters and toys inside his room. They always seem to spill out into the main floor. Poor Kent. People make gossip about the den taking advantage of him, but the truth is he's our biggest charity case. If I lived to be over 200, I know I'd be tired of the real world too. What's the harm of in letting him dream a little longer than the next fella? Amari put in some safety settings in his memory lounger so he doesn't starve himself to death. As far as I'm concerned, if he wants to live out the rest of his days plugged in and occasionally waking up to eat and stare at his poster collection, that's his choice. Some extra safety settings. So the implication then is that Kent was like visibly deteriorating in some way. It just says that some extra safety settings were added to his memory launcher. So that really just means that someone was suspicious that he wasn't eating enough, not that he was actually at risk of dying. I wouldn't even say that he was deteriorating physically, such that you could see it. It's just that like Amari was worried that he stayed in the pod for longer than normal, right? Because you can have people that like only eat once a day, right? And people would be worried about them not having eaten, right? That happens pretty commonly. But like you're far from starving at that point. You can not eat for a week without, well, maybe not a week, but oh, you can skip an entire day's worth of food without adversely affecting your health that much, I would say. There's always Harold. Yeah, Harold is like a huge. I'll I'll go like there's stuff with Harold. There's like a whole thing with Harold. I'll put him here because like that's like he's like a proto ghoul in a lot of ways. There's like is the master an FEV thing, or is he what's up with the master? Do you know? I'm just gonna put the master here with a question mark because I don't actually know what the master's story is. I don't know what exactly is going on there. I know he's highly relevant in the conversation. Super mutants because of FEV. Okay, so Harold perhaps like an FEV thing for both the master and Harold. Yeah. That's what I thought because ghouls specifically don't have FEV, right? At all, I think. But it's relevant to look into that as well. Um she specializes in the human brain. That's Dr. Amari. Wow, surprisingly short page for how important she is. Wow, she is much cuter here. Uh, but anyways, so yeah, we'll look at the actual Ghoul page as well. This could be very helpful, but we'll take it one step at a time. So this says Then Amari was worried about safety settings, but she's a brain doctor. To me, that doesn't really mean anything. She could just be worried that he isn't eating as regularly as most people do. I don't think that this implies that he's starving to death. Harold got splashed with FEV instead of completely dipped, and this was found out in the wasteland, already starting to explore. And then was found out in the wasteland. Yeah, got you. So, so the master is FEV. It's still worth looking at them, their pages, just to see if there's anything new. But he's like FEV and not ghoul. We'll do something like that for now. Because, yeah, I think he's pretty different. Pretty different, but we'll see. He definitely looks like a ghoul. He presents like a ghoul originally, with, you know, a little bit of a sapling. And even in Fallout 3, he looks like a ghoul. He's just got like a tree. A tree all around him. So yeah. Interesting. Fair enough. Let's go on then. Back here. This is our keystone. This also contradicts the settlement system in Fallout 4 itself. In the settlement system, generic settlers have a chance of spawning as ghouls who require food and water just like regular humans. This, to me, is also not a contradiction, necessarily. I definitely believe you when you say that Harold is pre-war. Well, the one that was supposed to be full of children. Okay, fair enough. I'll add that. Harold. Vault 28. Even if he isn't in Vault 28, it's very possible that someone else was in Vault 28 and was a child at the time. So it's definitely worth adding that to the notes. But yeah, I don't think that this is actually a contradiction if the hibernation thing is an option, which is to me pretty likely because even people can survive for much longer if we're completely inert, right? So that's definitely something to consider. Like there was just that Veritasium video of a professional, what do I want to call him? He's not an illusionist. He's like a magician, but he was holding his breath real good underwater. It was going to be in Black Isles, Fallout 3 before they lost it. Black Isles. So I'm guessing you're saying it was cut content for Fallout 3's Black Isles. I have no idea what Black Isles is. Is that like a DLC that was going to happen? Black Isles, Fallout 3. Oh, so Van Buren? Van Buren was Black Isles Studios' second attempt at Fallout 3. Who's Black Isles Studios? Is that because that's not Obsidian? Is that who made the original Fallouts and then they later became Obsidian? Goof. Sorry, flashbang. Uh, basically the same guys. Yeah, okay, got it. Yeah, they developed Fallout 2. Oh, and Icewind Dale at the original Baldur's Gate. Huh. Very good. Okay, fair enough. So Black Isles ostensibly became Obsidian. I've always just referred to them as Obsidian before and after. Okay. Uh. So it's going to be in their Fallout 3s, which is Van Buren. Okay, got it. So is Vault 28 technically outside of the canon then? Like what exists in games presently? Well, but outside of what Harold notes, like you can't go there, for example. Uh, we'll talk. We'll look at Carol in a second. We're still here for now. Okay, so the quest Duty or Dishonor shows that even feral ghouls require food. As Initiate Clark steals supplies to feed a pack of feral ghouls within the Boston airport ruins because he believes it is immoral to just kill them, as well as to prevent them from getting hungry and attacking Brotherhood of Steel personnel. See, that to me also isn't quite a contradiction either. Because just because you don't need to eat doesn't mean that you aren't going to eat, right? Do synths need to eat? I know that synths do eat, but do they need to eat? Do synths need to eat? The conflict with Curie, who mentions needing to sleep and eat with her synth body to some degree. It appears that synths can still maintain their functions even if not required. Whoa. Oh my gosh, I'm so bad at this. Uh, third generation synthetics are unlike humans in some respects, and some liberated synths do not consider themselves human at all. The reasons for this are multiple. Chief among them is the assembly process. Max Loken suggests that synths do not require sleep at all to function, although Gen 3 synth companions are shown to be sometimes sleep, and need not fear hunger or disease. Who is this? Max Loken. The list of improvements is inexhaustive, or is exhaustive. I could talk for an hour and still not cover all of it. Imagine what you could accomplish if you could live without fear of hunger or disease. Imagine what you could create if you could use every waking moment of your life as you saw fit with no need of sleep. Like I said, a momentous time. And this is an institute tech. Yeah. So he definitely knows. Psyker lore? Oh yeah, true. We should add that too. Psychers also are a thing in Fallout. Uh, I'll add that to the list. Here we go. It's definitely something worth considering. Uh, I don't know very much about them, but I do know that psychers or there's the kid with the helmet and Fallout New Vegas and what's her name? Mother 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 Jet. Mother Jet with the Commonwealth or with the Minutemen, we'll say. Sure. A ghoul psyker? The magician in Fallout 4? The one with the top hat? Is he a psyker? Oh, does he like teleport and stuff? Top hat ghoul Fallout 4? He's like Jason Bright, I think. Is that his name? No, Jason Bright is in No, Jason Bright is in New Vegas. That's the wrong guy, but he is a glowing one. We'll go with glowing one. Yeah, Jason Bright is the New Vegas one. I think he's got a similarly appropriate name. But yeah. So what is this guy? What is his official role? What are your stats? You have 0 for everything? Wow. You're terrible, dude. bloatfly class. So that means that he's like really low tier, I guess. Uh, third generation synth in their development, Loken believes that the Institute is on the cusp of a breakthrough, creating beings superior in almost every way to regular humans. These third generation synths are, in Loken's opinion, a material improvement upon humanity and at the same time Father's gift to mankind. Naturally, it also makes his division, robotics, the first among equals. Okay. The Cabot family, the forecaster for New Vegas, and Mama Murphy. Yes. Mama Murphy, that's what her name. Mother Jet. Mother Jet, aka Mama Murphy. Um the Cabot family, they're not ghouls, right? But they definitely do have a psyker among them. And the forecaster for New Vegas. Oh, that's what this guy's name is, the forecaster. We'll do this. And in Fallout 1, you fight an NPC psyker during the raid on the Master? Really? Interesting. NPC psyker raid when raiding Master. Also, do the Zaytans have like psionic abilities at all? Is that a thing? I know that Mirelurks have like a projection that they can do, but I don't think that's necessarily psionic. I think that's more like sonic that they do. Mylar Kings specifically, I think, is what I'm talking about. I don't know that Zaytans have psionic powers. They usually shoot their blasty guns. Seems like a missed opportunity, honestly. But yeah, I think that we can trust this guy's opinion with regards to synths. So they probably don't need to eat. And the reason why that's relevant is because I think ghouls could work very similarly, where they can eat but don't need to. And the reason why that's Sonic, that's why it always cripples your dome piece. That's funny. Uh, so we're starting to answer some of these questions for sure, or at least address them. Active ghouls require food and water. This is and this is probably strictly necessary because when the water chip goes away from Necropolis, as we've established here, they will die out. So this is, as far as I'm concerned, the only case of ghouls dying from lack of resources, namely food and water, or in this case, just water. So I'm thinking that ghouls do require food and water, but only when they're active, which is to say they're not hibernating. Because that would explain, as far as I can tell, everything that we've encountered so far. So as long as a ghoul is basically ostensibly trapped, you're fine. Okay. What else do we have? We did this. The feral ghouls require food. I don't think that's necessarily implied. And even if it is, it's still not a contradiction. As long as the ghouls are active, the feral ghouls are active, it makes a decent amount of sense. While ghoulification is known to halt the aging process in adults, Billy's existence asserts that it prevents all aging in humans, as Billy has remained a child for 210 years with apparently no further growth. This also could be explained, though, if he's in hibernation, right? If his body's strictly hibernating, he's not, like, none of his cells are doing literally anything, or as little as they possibly can, right? So, what would be excellent is if, you know, the next Fallout game took place 10 years later and Billy is now an adult. That would, like, nail in the coffin. Ghouls can hibernate, like, exceptionally well. They're like tardigrades, exactly. It's not that he it's not that he survived. I mean, he was like not even really alive for 210 years. He might as well have been in cryo sleep. Which, now that I think about it, it's kind of a missed opportunity that Billy and the lone survivor don't know each other before before the bombs fell, right? Like even a blink and you'll miss it type of thing would have been pretty interesting to see. Um, yeah, exactly. It worked for the main character, so like there's no reason that they couldn't have known each other. Uh, so he has remained as a child and hasn't grown. This all is consistent so far. Despite being locked in a dark and very confined space for a considerable time, Billy is able to see without hindrance and can perform motor functions just fine. I mean, that also sounds like hibernation. He's also perfectly sane, though it is known that people can be driven insane if they are forced to spend just days alone in cold, cramped, confined spaces, including a refrigerator. I like. I wish this was cited somewhere. I know that people do go crazy, but my experience with feral ghouls has been that if they're alone in cold and cramped spaces, they tend to turn out pretty well, actually, as opposed to always going feral. And the main person that comes to mind outside of Billy is Nick Valentine's guy. Because Nick, I mean, he wasn't cold, but he was alone for an extremely long time. And he didn't go crazy at all. In fact, people who are with others often do go feral. There's that top hat guy, that same top hat guy was overseeing top hat ghoul, we'll say glowing ghoul. The lady who goes out, who ventures out, I don't know what her name is. She lady goes feral. Well, she doesn't even necessarily go feral. She thinks that she's going to go feral, and then she, she Minecrafts herself a little bit. We'll get to her though. We'll get to her. If the sole survivor gets into a fight with hostile enemies with Billy nearby, he will crouch in cover and stay away. That's great. The robots at Easy City Downs will try to attack Billy even when their combat inhibitors have been disabled. Wow. Although Billy has no hair, he can be allocated a hair color of light red. Oh, he has been allocated. I see. So he would be a redhead. That's great. Uh, she would complain about having to watch over him. Great, Kate. You hate kids, I guess. Billy is one of the few ghouls who has human-looking eyes. Is that what? Billy Peabody. Oh, his eyes are human-looking. Um, actually, this interesting. I never noticed that the eyes were different, but they're not always different. Huh. We'll add that. Child ghoul, and then we'll say human eyes, which most ghouls don't have, but some of them just randomly do. That is weird. Okay. What else? Cindy's dad always. Oh, we can hear it? No, that's okay. Mm, okay. I think we're done with Billy. We're also done with Max. Let's go to Carol next. She's the one who said. Oh, did I close the notes? Whoops. Okay. Carol, you said it takes months or years to become a ghoul. Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean. Oh, there's. She's part of the first same-sex couple and follow. That's good for her, I guess. Uh, shame that they're both ghouls. No, actually, no. That's probably better for them. They're gonna have a long relationship as opposed to everyone else. Oh wait, did I say? Did I look at Born in 2051 and then go check the timeline when the very next sentence said that she's 26 when the Great War struck? That's so unfortunate. Uh, let's see. Carol's father stopped to help a family get inside the shelter as Carol hauled for him. The same moment, the first detonation engulfed DC, with her father disappearing in a bright flash of light. Carol lost consciousness, waking up a few hours later, only to discover that her father's shadow burned into the concrete wall. Okay. The city burned for weeks, if not months afterwards, and Carol left the shelter, hiding in the Museum of History. She was safe inside, but could hear the chaos outside the walls. Sure, sure, sure. Uh, she became a ghoul in the span of a year. Actually, there's a page specifically on ghoulification. Oh no, that's just the ghoul page. Okay. Like everyone else. She went insane while others accepted. Wait. Someone insane while others accepted their new situation like Carol. More and more ghouls kept wandering in, with underworld slowly forming. Nobody bothered the ghouls, and the ghouls bothered nobody. So, to me, the virality of ghouls isn't something that is like that weird. Basically, it's not that different from people just like regularly suffering from mental health stuff, except it's accelerated by like radiation or whatever, right? Like it's just exacerbated dramatically. It's like rabies, as far as I can tell, which isn't just a mental thing. There's like a whole virus for it, but to me, it's not that different, right? But we might get further into that as we continue. She met Greta in 2217, which is like 200 years later, or like 150, 160. Okay, but the two sharing a life partner together, sharing a life together ever since. So like 50 years. Wow. Carol decided to fulfill her lifelong dream of being the owner of a bed and breakfast. Wow. She takes care of the rooms while Greta focuses on cuisine. For the particular taste in biology of ghouls, fascinating. Carol has contribute. Carol also contributes her talent occasionally, and is known for her special squirrel stew. Gob. I feel like I remember Gob. She even suspects that Carol was a little jealous of him, but still loved her as her own. Okay. Ah, Gob is the Colin Moriarty ghoul. I got it. Gobtholomew. Interesting. Is he pre-war too? Uh, he used to live in Underworld with his adoptive mother, Carol. He was sent out into the wasteland to find fortune and was caught by a group of slavers. Colin Moriarty then purchased him as a slave. Okay. Gabo has been working to repay his debt for 15 years. Okay. It's kind of unclear. So I guess he just became. He must have become a ghoul. So the way that she's describing it is that she adopted him. The two also adopted a younger ghoul. So yeah, he became older, I suppose. I mean, adoption sounds like it's applying to someone who's like a kid rather than an adult. I get there's nothing stopping you from adopting an adult, but the implication is that he was a kid ghoul who became an older ghoul. Uh oh, you can get a 10% discount. Interesting. If the very good, Gab. Remember that. Good for you, man. Hmm. Raul definitely aged. I don't know when he became a ghoul though. He became a ghoul. I'm pretty sure he tells you that he becomes a ghoul during his time with his sister, which would have been soon after the bombs fell. So the implication I think is that Raul he should be like biologically like he was like 20-ish, somewhere in there probably when he became a ghoul, and he acts like an old man, but I don't know if he actually is like biologically old. Uh that's brutal. If the lone wanderer is not friendly with Gob, he won't tell them about Moriarty's terminal. Good for you, Gob. If one kills anyone in Megathon, Gob will say don't shoot every time you interact with him. Fascinating. If the player finishes the quest following in his footsteps without entering the saloon, after fixing the radio signal and entering Moriarty stations, Gob will be found banging on the radio and complaining despite the station coming in clearly. That's just that's just lacking the attention to detail that Obsidian often have. Uh, Gob appears in the ending slides. Why? Because you're likely to encounter him. Is that why? Because he's like not even that important. Actually, let's check out the bugs. Non-player characters. If non-player characters to non-player character conversation, Gob can be heard telling Moriarty, "What's the matter with? What's the matter? Never seen a ghoul before, regardless of Moriarty's status." Yeah, that is weird. Even after Moriarty is dead, Gob will sometimes greet you with the Moriarty's been especially nasty lately. He's haunted, man. He's a haunted man. If you listen closely while talking to Gob, you'll notice that when you ask, "Where do you come from?" his three answers will be voiced differently. Interesting. So it's like three different voice lines, I guess. He appears in the ending slides, and that ending slides thing just sends you straight back to this page. I would like to know what the ending slides say about Gob, but that's fine. We can move on. If you kill Moriarty, it eventually becomes Gob Saloon. Indeed. I knew about that one. Okay. So we weren't finished with Carol's page. Gob didn't really teach us very much. Well, we can add him. We'll say we can say Gob adopted as younger ghoul. Confirmation of ghoul aging. It's not exactly like confirmation per se, but it's approaching that, right? Is that big enough? It's probably big enough. We'll keep going. Uh, she proudly wears a sundress and maintains a pleasant disposition. Sure, sure, sure. Chance for ghouls to live as people. There are things. There are better things. Things are better this way for everyone. Okay. However, the centuries seem to be catching up with Carol. Few of the original founders of Underworld remain there. Gob left Underworld to seek his fortunes out in the wasteland, while Carol puts up a brave face. She has started to develop symptoms of depression. Sure, she is permanently tired, loses attention easily, and is no longer able to sleep a full night and regenerate, getting up at night. While Carol passes it off as a temporary problem that will resolve itself, Greta sees that something is very wrong with her love. Even the customers have noticed the problems, though Carol blows off their worries. Part of the reason is likely she has lived in Underworld for 200 years, give or take, and after telling the same stories for centuries, she started feeling uninteresting, losing her luster. She convinces herself that everything is alright, but everyone can see that she has lost the love for her work at Carol's place. Interesting. She's only been opened Carol's place like 50 years ago, though. But she has lived at Underworld for 200 years, but she's only worked at Carol's place for 50. Uh, alluding to it at very minimum. I don't know what that is responding to, but I think you're agreeing with me. Um, yeah, 2217, sure. Her other significant relationship is Gob, sure. Explicitly identifies herself as a mother due to the relationship and frets over her safety like one would. But uses her first name, okay. Uh, Winthrop is fond of the pair, and if anyone reveals they know Gob, they will tell them to leg it to Carol's place to update his mom. Very good. Who's been renting a room for years? Sure. The only thing that she finds off-putting is conviction. Okay. Carol's competitor. Oh my gosh. Uh, Oz Osrukol? Sure. Uh, oh no. We disconnected? Why? I'm barely even using the internet. Uh, like nothing more than to shut down Carol's place as a watering hole. And to hook Carol up on chems to manage her depression? Okay. Winthrop also routinely uses the threat of shutting down the Ninth Circle and redirecting customers to Carol's place to keep Azrakul in line. Sure. Uh, she immediately takes a shine to the Lone Wanderer, who is the first regular human to visit Underworld in a while, and just meeting them is enough to make her snap into her old self. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I don't think that there's very much worth noting from here. Her guide stated age. However, a 25-year-old young adult would seem like a little girl to a ghoul over 200 centuries old. True. Um, included in a number of underworld conversations, though several of these are bugged or unimplemented. Fascinating. Okay. So I'm not super concerned with any of these contributions. Ultimately, we were concerned with it takes months or years to become a ghoul. I think she just doesn't know. She just doesn't know. She is just wrong. Doesn't seem that much of a contradiction, to be honest. It seems fine. Uh, how is the stream doing? Not very good. Okay, well, we're gonna continue for now, since we already have stuff open, thankfully. All right. Uh, Colin Willie, surprisingly foul-smelling ghoul. Wow, that is a foul-smelling ghoul. I think that some of them do smell okay, but for the most part, they smell like they look, which is of rotting flesh. But I guess we could check the ghoul page to know more about that. He was visiting the city of New Reno for drinks and girls, but unfortunately, the citizens of New Reno did not tolerate ghouls. That would be a problem. He was taken to Golgotha and buried alive with a headstone calling him the dumbest person on earth to ever set foot in New Reno. Okay. You can dig up from his grave with a shovel without getting the gravedigger reputation. Willie will then complain about how long it took to dig him up and starts to walk away muttering insults. Okay. Having Lenny in party reveals that Willie was actually Lenny's father. However, he has nothing to say to his son, as he is not in the mood to be talking. After walking out of the map, he will disappear permanently, claiming he has places to go. Fascinating. Okay, I mean, Coffin Willie. I mean, that's that's the whole thing, I guess. Uh, did I added Coffin Willie here? I don't think so. Nope. But to me, that's kind of corroborating evidence. Um, Coffin Willie buried alive for months and rescued, no issue. Something like this. So that's very similar to Billy Peabody. Really. Uh, do we know how long he was buried? Is there any way to know? Oh, he's got some real stats. How long it took to dig him up? Sure. Doesn't say specifically here how long it has been. But he was certainly buried alive. And it only takes a few hours to die if you've been buried alive. So I don't feel that strongly about. I don't feel like it shouldn't count, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I'm gonna unplug my router real quick and let it cycle, let it power cycle. Because hopefully that'll help. All right. Sorry about that. We'll leave it unplugged for like, I don't know, a few minutes. So we're done with Coffin Willie. That timeline still may be useful. We have Feral Ghoul for Fallout 4. Specifically? Interesting. Harland, I don't think there's very much that we need to know about Harland, so we'll go through him very briefly. As before, this is the guy who survived off of rad roaches and water condensation, licking pipes like a weirdo. So he was trapped in Repcon HQ. He was the muscle of Jason Bright's squad, right? And his story is after the Nightkin showed up because they were looking for Stealth Boys. He basically got trapped on the other end of the Nightkin, away from Jason's squad, and has been, manning a sniper nest like Garrus Vakarian in Mass Effect 2. And you encounter him and you can rescue him. And apparently he's been living off of strictly rad roaches and water condensation, as I mentioned. All right. He doesn't believe in Jason Bright. Sure. He's the muscle. Great. Some Nightkin attacked. He then barricaded himself and booby-trapped a kill zone. Shooting any Nightkin, claiming to have subsided off of rad roach meat and condensation. And doing his business in a far corner. Despite knowing he has no match against the Nightkin in a prolonged fight, he could easily attempt an escape if he wanted to, but he refuses to leave until he has ascertained his friend's fate. Meanwhile, Harland's situation has unknowingly created a stalemate between the ghouls and the Nightkin. The Nightkins seek a delivery of Stealth Boys inside the supply room, which Harland has claimed, but they are staying away because Harland attacks them on sight. Simultaneously, the Nightkin in control of the basement, Bright's followers can't progress their mission, nor do they have the firepower to reclaim the basement themselves. So yeah, Harland's kind of the whole reason that there's a problem here. He's only there for the ghoulettes based. Curry will find Harland in the basement. Sure. I don't think there's anything that important there. Harland can die on his way out of the basement if the player doesn't wipe out the Nightkin. However, it is necessary. It is not necessary to kill a single Nightkin for Harland to sneak out alive. Only mindful timing. Interesting. Harland, as the ghouls are leaving, if the courier snuck onto the upper level of his chamber and did not kill him, will remain hostile. Though because he is in a sealed chamber and can't get to or see the courier, he won't attack. Immediately after going upstairs, one will find some radroach meat, one of them being on a plate, suggesting that Harland was being honest when he said he was surviving on radroach meat for protein. If Harland survives, he can be seen with the other Bright Brotherhood members at the rocket launch pad, preparing to embark on the great journey. However, he will not line up to listen to Jason Bright's speech along with the other Bright Brotherhood members due to a bug in its AI packages. The player does not meet with Jason Bright's group and encounters Harlan. Instead, his dialogue will change to reflect it. Interesting. So yeah, this all looks familiar. Was there anything interesting about Kent Connolly? I don't think there's much that we need to know, but let's double check. Does he have human eyes? It's hard to tell from that picture. Yeah, I'm not connected to the internet, so I probably can replug that in though. So let's do that. Gotta love technology, man. Power cycling stuff. Okay, so Connolly was a diehard fan of the Silver Shroud and the Mistress of Mystery. What? I don't remember that being a thing. Having listened to all 420 episodes, it's very funny that 420 is the number, but great, why not? His knowledge was even tapped by Frederick Rivers, husband of the Mistress's actor Shannon Rivers, for building and recreating the Order of Mystery's underground lair and related paraphernalia. Through 2077, Kent and Frederick, by the name Fred, corresponded via holotape through the mail. Oh wow, so he was a diehard fan well before the war. Kent providing feedback on various designs Fred had made for the Mistress's equipment in line with his knowledge of the Hubris Comics continuity. For instance, Kent reviewed Fred's plan for the Mistress's lair and praised the accuracy of the Hall of Trials. He also made various recommendations for the designs of the Phantom Device, Veil of Secrets, Garb of Mysteries, and Voice of Set. Interesting. Kent also took these opportunities to voice his own opinions for the franchise. He was annoyed by Hubris Comics' continued retcons of the Voice of Set's mechanisms, and was disappointed by Fred's decision to model the Garb of Mysteries after the newer, shorter dress rather than the Mistress's traditional dress, planning to organize a letter-writing campaign to Hubris Comics to protest the change. He even wrote directly to Shannon Rivers regarding a series lore inconsistency and hoping to enlist her support for his letter campaign. Kent was unaware of Fred's actual identity, simply assuming he was an equally dedicated Hubris Comics fan. As such, Kent did not believe that Fred could have actually made a real-life version of the Mistress of Mystery's lair, assuming he had simply made some sort of high-detail model. Interesting. However, Kent did recognize that Fred had many connections and asked if he could also receive some ballistic weave from Fred if the latter managed to get his hands on any. Okay. Connolly's life in the wasteland was traumatizing time for him. Even in 2287, the memories are still very painful for him to think about, and he avoids the pain the only way he knows, by reliving his memories from before the Great War. Okay. So he hangs out in the memory lounge a lot. He desires to bring justice and peace to good neighbors, sure. And the way he does that is with the Silver Shroud, in conjunction with the Soul Survivor. Although he doesn't really talk about it in Fallout 4, as revealed in Fallout 76, Kent was once a very extroverted man, eager to share... Wait, what? In Fallout 76, it's revealed that Kent was an extroverted man. Fascinating. Okay. Laura's his only real friend. That makes sense. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, the speech check is very important. I'm pretty sure when I was playing Fallout 4, Kent died because my speech check was not very good. Uh, hmm. I'm not sure why Kent was relevant to the conversation. It doesn't seem that important. He must have just come up in some passing way. Uh, but yeah, he's definitely a pre-war ghoul, and I'm willing to say that this is confirmed as well. Not a lot to say about him, but you know, sure. Oh, it was the food thing. Uh, which like whatever. He just goes for an entire day without eating any food. That's actually not that weird. Um, okay. Let's read the actual page on ghouls now. Now that we've got some pre-built knowledge, pre-established knowledge. So, ghouls are mutated humans or animals affected by the phenomenon of ghoulification. In the case of humans, did I misspell ghoulification? Looks like it's one word, no hyphen. Yeah. We'll deal with that later, being that I'm still apparently struggling to reconnect. Rip my internet, by the way. Uh, ghouls are mutated humans, right? Uh, ghouls are sometimes referred to as necrotic post-humans in the Capital Wasteland, but this term does not seem to have been adopted outside of it whatsoever. Yeah, necrotic post-humans is a weird thing to call a ghoul. Despite their zombie-like appearance, the flesh of ghouls is not actually rotten. Oh. Intense and prolonged radiation has ravaged their skin, much of their flesh, and in some cases, many of their ligaments. Despite their infertility, and in some cases, mental deterioration, they have experienced greatly extended overall lifespans and are immune to, and sometimes even healed by, background radiation and or nuclear fallout. Ghouls healed by, immune to nuclear fallout. That's obvious, but it is worth noting as its own point. Okay. The history of ghouls is a mixed and suffering plight. The bulk of ghouls emerged as a result of the Great War, although there are some cases of some using controlled exposure to radiation to ghoulify themselves and ride out the upcoming war. Naturally. There was also an experimental radiation drug being tested somewhere in the Commonwealth. Its known side effects are why Hancock sought out the last remaining dosage. Hancock sought out the last remaining dosage of a radiation drug. Okay. I never did Hancock's side quest, so I imagine that's what that's talking about. Let's look into this for now. So Hancock is the mayor of Goodneighbor, or at least the leader, whatever. He was born John McDonough. Really? All right. He'll be impressed and humbled by their actions, taking a leave of absence to join as a companion. Yeah, I've done that quest. Oh, so he's the younger brother of Mayor McDonough, who is now a synth, I think. Two had a rocky relationship from the beginning. John considered him entitled. Okay. I didn't know what Mayor McDonough's first name is, so I wasn't sure who we were talking about. John Hancock considered McDonough entitled. Claims that the elder brother would sometimes shove rotten potatoes down the back of his shirt and slap him. Okay, well, that's weird, weird flex, but all right. Despite this, he held some degree of brotherly love for his elder sibling, but it all changed in 2282 when the elder McDonough ran for mayor on an anti-ghoul platform, inciting hatred and fear of the city's mutated inhabitants. The relationship between them broke down completely when John confronted him in his office after his inauguration speech, and his brother offered no sign of remorse for the anti-ghoul violence that his campaign had incited, simply gloating that the city was finally his. So this is interesting in several different ways. So I don't know how many relationships we have between individuals that are ghoul and non-ghoul like this. So let's. So we have an obviously Hancock, who is a post war ghoul, brother of Mayor McDonough. They apparently grew up together. Mayor McDonough. So he hasn't been a ghoul for too terribly long. He can only be like 30 years old or whatever. Unless McDonough is like ridiculously old. I mean, McDonough could be like 50, so I guess Hancock could be like 52. Sure, whatever. John tried to save as many ghouls as he could by relocating to the town of Good Neighbor, at the time run by a ruthless mob boss, Vic. Unfortunately, many of the refugees could not adjust to life in the slum and fled into the ruins of Boston and the surrounding wasteland of the Commonwealth, eventually dying to starvation or violence. Very fascinating, very useful to check. Over time, he fell into a rut of depression and drug abuse using Jet. He also took an experimental radioactive drug in an attempt to transform himself into a ghoul. Ah, okay. The attempt was successful, and he today remarks that both the high and the subsequent transformation were so worth it. So he took an experimental drug afterwards to become a ghoul. So he's definitely a post-war ghoul, brother of Mayor McDonough, and he used uh like some kind of injection. I imagine it's basically the same thing that Nick Valentine's guy did. So we'll say used ghoul treatment. Used ghoul treatment. So he did all of this without being a ghoul himself. At the time. We'll set this to the next line. Like this. Very good. His absolute lowest point came after witnessing the murder of fellow drifter at the hands of Vic's henchmen. Despite knowing who is this drifter? We don't know. Okay. Despite knowing that there was nothing he could have done against it, John nonetheless considered his lack of an intervention cowardly, and in the aftermath felt like less than nothing in a fit of despair. He went on a particularly intense bender, eventually blacking out. Great. When he regained consciousness, John found himself lying at the floor of the old state house next to a set of clothes that belonged to the founding father, John Hancock. Oh, okay. He assumed the identity of the historical figure and set out to raise a revolutionary militia to overthrow Vic, temporarily going sober in preparation. He gathered a crew of drifters and convinced Cleo to loan them some weapons. Cleo's the weapons vendor in Good Neighbor, so fair enough. I'm not sure why Cleo does weapon vending in Good Neighbor. Is there an explanation for that? We'll check that. They gathered together one night, waiting on the rooftops and inside the buildings for Vic's goons to gather, holding off until the opponents were heavily intoxicated from a night of partying. The militia burst from their hiding spots and massacred the gangsters. His muscle wiped out to a man. It was a simple matter for him. Oh, I see. So Vic's muscle wiped out to a man. It was a simple matter for Hancock and his men to storm Vic's quarters into the state house, dragging him out and taking care of him. Looking down the balcony and seeing that most of the town had gathered to witness the commotion, John Hancock issued a simple proclamation of the people for the people. With that, he was no longer John McDonough, the Diamond City refugee, but John Hancock, the undisputed mayor of Good Neighbor. All right, that makes a lot of sense. They looked to him for leadership, sure, for the looming synth threat. Following the events of Bobby No Nose's big plan, he gives a speech proclaiming his leave of absence. No one in power should be comfortable for too long. Okay. Then proceeds to offer his services to the sole survivor. What is his loyalty quest like? Whoa. Reaching the highest affinity level with Hancock results in granting the isodoped perk. It's probably like a chem usage thing. The player's critical hit value increases 20% faster. Wow. If the player character has 250 radiation value. This equates to 25% of the player's maximum health being filled with radiation damage. Okay. Okay. That doesn't seem so terrible. Oh, actually, I didn't mean to do that, but whatever, it's fine. Hancock's occasionally gives the character chems. Oh, we can flirt with Hancock as well. This is obtainable without the Silver Shroud costume. He's in the board game as well. He can be found randomly when taking a card from the loot deck. While Hancock is an active companion, the player character can exhaust him to move one enemy to their space and fight it. If the player character falls to that enemy, he must be discarded. Oh, okay, sure. What about his loyalty quest? Doesn't he have one? I'm very surprised. If Finn is killed by the sole survivor, Hancock will be rather calm and applaud the character. Oh yeah, yeah. That's the guy who tries to mug you, right? Yeah. I don't know how I knew that guy's name was Finn. I guess I didn't. Just the context. Uh. Doesn't he have a specific quest? A thing he wants you to do? Is that not a thing? Sometimes if the player fires a few bullets randomly, Hancock will say, "Wait, you see him too?" That's very funny. He claims it was the last dose of its kind in the world. Interesting. Only one of its kind left and only one. Oh man, the high was so worth it. Yeah, I'm living with the side effects, but hey. What's not to love about immortality? Okay. Yeah, that sounds straight up like the thing that Nick Valentine's guy took. It just also has a high, apparently. Huh. Okay, so we don't need this or that. Oh yeah, Cleo, why are you in Good Neighbor at all? She's a merchant. Sure. You can hack her stuff. Plan to eliminate the neighborhood watch is to wait for a super mutant or raider attack, planting a high explosive in key areas of the defensive perimeter, and post detonation, relocating immediately due to good neighbor's vulnerability. She will shoot Daisy with a laser from long range as she is too close. Okay. Sneak into Bobby No Nose's hideout at night, dismantle the lights, and then kill the occupants one by one. Pay one of Whitechapel Charlie's associates to do the dirty work, and eliminate Fahrenheit first by strangling, and then lace all the chems within the old state with poison. Okay. She seems to hold a certain amount of respect for Magnolia, considering her a fellow working girl and willing to give her a chance before sudden termination. Wow. Should she resist after that, a simple clean shot to the head would be the outcome. Wow. Why? Why is Cleo like this? Hmm. All right. Well, that's enough of Cleo. All right. So back to the regular ghoul page, right? So we have in California, ghouls were the first group to survive to begin rebuilding civilization naturally. Vaults of the inhabitants of Vault 12 beneath Bakersfield founded the necropolis. We can see more about that, perhaps. Uh, what else? The city would eventually decline, starting with the attack of Unity. Sure. It's not super helpful. Mm, this has led to a great migration and the eventual founding of a number of ghoul and ghoul-friendly settlements, including Broken Hills and the NCR state of Dayglow. Okay. And Gecko. So we can look at these. They might have some interesting information with regards to ghouls. Ghouls are increasingly seen as equal members of society, though their numbers steadily dwindle. Yeah, I guess they would be, a vanishing resource, a diminishing demographic. Sometime in 2242 marked the end of both Broken Hills and Gecko, as they relied on the selling of and using of uranium that was mined. Fascinating. They can be found in small groups throughout the region of the Mojave, but no town is completely dedicated to them. There are usually a few ghouls living amongst humans in various communities performing jobs in order to survive. Sure. Uh, yeah, there's the Bright Brotherhood with Jason Bright. Uh, Ghoul Rangers, huh? In Ranger Station Echo, implying some level of acceptance of ghouls in the NCR. The the Caesar's Legion certainly does not have any, but allows ghouls to live in their territory, such as Raoul. Okay. Yeah, we should definitely look at Raoul's page at some point. Just cross-check what I think that I know about him. Uh, wait. In 2277, in the Divide, nuclear warheads triggered by the courier's delivery of an automated nuclear launch device exploded and triggered rapid ghoulification of the Legion and NCR forces engaged in battle there. Wait. So the marked men. What? So it's saying that the marked men are only marked men. They're only ghouls because of the detonation that you did, like live in the Divide. Like you start the Divide, you detonate a nuke, and those marked men are have just become ghouls. What? Uh, as they never appear outside the Divide due to the necessity of staying near the radiation sources that to remain alive, the marked men become a legend in the wasteland, like the Sierra Madre, Burned Man, and Big Empty. I don't like that interpretation, but okay. I thought that if I just had nuclear devices go off, but it doesn't make sense for that to predate you because obvious. Well, not by very much at least, because the Legion and NCR have only been fighting for yay so long. So when would these nuclear devices have gone off that would have set them, made them become marked men? But like when you're entering the divide, there are marked men bodies before you set off the nuke, right? Am I crazy? Or is setting off the nuke the very first thing that you do? I don't think it is, because if that were true, I mean, it's possible, but if that were true, then that means that the very next thing that you do for sure is enter a building that has dead marked men that you didn't kill. They were killed by like Securitrons or whatever. Not Securitrons, but the big beefy guys. Are they called Securitrons? I don't think they are. Securitron. No, not those. Sentry. Yeah, these ones. Sentry bots. Because you had to, there was like a whole thing where I had to like find this password or whatever, and it was inside a desk, so I was very familiar with like 3 rooms in the divide. Okay. So we have, this is not super relevant to this. Hancock, sure. Let's actually do this. Yeah, I don't mind most of this. Oh, actually, these two things kind of go together. Yeah, like that. So it seems like there's some kind of hibernation state. But more to the point, there's more people that are flash ghoulified. We'll call it like flash ghoulification. That's fine. More are the marked men divide. Courier detonation causes them. Apparently. It seems like the timing is a little weird. Timing weird with marked men prior to detonation. I'll note that, but we'll just move on for now. The densely urbanized East has a great concentration of American population who has been strongly affected by nuclear fallout. People who took shelter experienced radiation poisoning. Those who did not become ghouls. Within a year, the first ghouls began to appear, and with them, the first fledgling sentinels. The underworld in D.C. Shore. Ghouls were quickly sought out and exterminated in Appalachia, no matter what relation they may have had with others. Interesting. Some Chinese operatives chose to sequester themselves. Aren't there also like those, are they like Dutch? There's like a group of ghouls that are on a ship that all speak like, they don't speak English, but I don't think it's Chinese either. And they're just like they're just like minding their own business on that ship in Fallout 4. We'll add it here. Dutch ghouls on ship. Okay. I think I remember them existing. And I don't know what language they speak, but Epic Nate, I think, uploaded a video where he was like, "Yeah, yeah, these guys, they're just like, please leave. Why are you here?" But they're not speaking English, so you're like, ah, they're raiders. In other areas, the Commonwealth, uh, ghouls cohabitated with humans. Sure, Diamond City for a while, and then McDonough did stuff after the election. The ghouls were evicted. Sure. Those that survived scattered across the region. A refugee called Wiseman founded the Slog. Yeah. Is there anything to know about Wiseman? I think this is going to be a pretty short. Yeah. Yeah, I've been to the Slog. I didn't realize that his name was Wiseman. He's a soft-spoken man, sure. Status traveling to Good Neighbor. He founded the Slog, sure. The settlement gained the name the Slog when a trader decided to take refuge there following a long trip. When talking about the trek with Wiseman, the trader described the entire journey there through the mud as a slog. Great. He has a much lighter skin tone compared to other ghouls, which makes him easily recognizable. An unused voice type for Wiseman exists in the game's files. Oh. Huh. He is kind of lighter than most. That doesn't mean anything to me. I wouldn't even consider that a note. The human eyes is more significant, I feel like. Like, you expect some people to have different variations. He's a unique NPC, so he's got a unique skin tone. It would be different if Billy was the only one with human eyes, I think. But he's among several who have that for whatever reason. In Appalachia, let's see. Valley Galeria became a haven for ghouls. Okay. They call themselves the Changed. Lucy Harwick, the ghouls sheltering in Galeria, welcomed others like them. Okay. Because of the bigotry associated with feral ghouls, Duncan McCann would murder Lucy Harwick and several others in a single-minded pursuit for revenge. The mass migration of the settlement of the crater and foundation sentient ghouls would make a return with humans. Ghouls would work with a group of humans such as Eugene of the Blue Ridge Caravan Company and Mordecai McCoy would find steady work entering radioactive areas to scavenge goods, and a general handyman around the wayward. Okay, none of this means anything to me because I haven't played 2077. Nope. Fallout, the new one. I haven't played the new one at all. Is it 2277? No. Fallout 76. That's what it's called. Got it. We got there. Wait. Why is it called Fallout 76 if the Great War happens in... Wait, is it? Am I crazy? Fallout 76. Is it 2176? When does it take place? Okay. When does Fallout 76 take place? No, I know when it was released. 2102. Okay, so it's called 76. Ignore that. Great. Where were we? Here? 2102. That makes a decent amount of sense. So it's just after 2103 is when that migration happens? Sure. So you shoot ghouls on sight, and then she comments on having to wear a full mask disguise in order to enter the Foundation because Penelope Hornwright is a ghoul, I suppose. The Raiders are more tolerant, which is crazy. All right. So the most ghouls were created in the Great War of 2077. Ghouls are alive during Fallout 76, Fallout, Fallout 2, 3, New Vegas, and 4. Yeah, they did those in chronological order. There's only 6 years between New Vegas and 4, huh? Fascinating. There's a big gap between 2 and 3 as well. Alright. All ghouls live considerably longer than normal humans, though they are largely sterile, so much so that the birth of Monica, an unaffected human child of 2 ghoul parents, was described as miraculous. That's definitely something worth looking into. So, Monica, human child of ghoul parents. The naturally long lifespan of a ghoul is also due to a mutation within the autonomic nervous system of certain individuals following exposure to specific combinations of ionizing radiation with wavelengths below 10 picometers. Radiation that has such a short wavelength and originates from nuclear reactions is known as gamma radiation and is normally lethal to healthy humans in even moderate doses. The mutation is responsible. The mutation in response to gamma radiation that produces a ghoul disrupts the normal process of decay in the neurotransmitters along the spinal cord. Sure. That doesn't matter very much. High levels of radiation are a crucial factor, but radiation poisoning typically results in death rather than ghoulification. There are 2 primary ways in which ghouls can develop from a human. Irradiation and gradual transformation results in a ghoul who retain their their general human shape, but with a high degree of skin deterioration, exposed muscles, flaking skin. Another is surviving a nuclear blast relatively close to ground zero, suffering burns both thermal and radiation induced, but surviving. The latter transformation is typically faster and substantially more traumatic for the victim and results in a generally much more horrifying appearance, with exposed bone, asymmetric deformations, and extensive unhealed wounds. The vast majority of ghouls of both types have been developed as a result of exposure during the Great War, but ghoulification is also possible after the war. Camp Searchlight is one such example, with an attack that transformed a majority of the NCR troopers, into ghouls. Camp Searchlight also emphasizes the fact that the nature of the transformation may lead to mental problems. The trauma of transformation can cause a mental breakdown in the victim, causing a rapid degeneration of higher thought processes, causing them to become feral. Moreover, particularly severe irradiation can lead to the creation of luminous necrotic posthumans or glowing ones, which are with a permanently damaged brain. Feral glowing ones are almost invariably hostile. I mean, I don't know of any feral ghouls that aren't hostile, to be honest. If you're feral, you're hostile. That's kind of what it means to be feral. But there are glowing ones that aren't feral. Okay, so Camp Searchlight. It's definitely worth looking into as well. Because this wasn't a detonation, right? NCR ghouls, all feral but one. And that guy just wants to quietly live. He refused to part with his dog tag at first as well, which is weird. At least 2 pre-war ghouls, Eddie Winter and Desmond Lockhart, are known to exist. Both men foresaw the inevitability of the Great War. So Desmond Lockhart is probably Fallout 3 Point Lookout. And Eddie Winter is the guy that Nick Valentine is after, as I recall. As well as the possibility of a mutated state that could extend life indefinitely. Thus, they underwent radiation-based procedures to survive the upcoming apocalypse. Another individual who deliberately became a ghoul through a medical procedure, albeit post-war, is John Hancock, who injected himself with an experimental radioactive drug. Great. The transformation can take anywhere from hours to weeks, to as much as a year, depending on the exposure levels. Age is also a non-factor. People with the capacity to become a ghoul can change as early as a newborn into old age. Once it is completed, ghouls take on the aforementioned appearance at a rate influenced largely by the manner of which the exposure, sure, the most radioactive received in a short amount of time causes drastic changes, sure. Okay, it's similar to leprosy. As a rule, ghouls generally lose their hair, sure. Vocal cords and the larynx are also usually affected by the change, resulting in a raspy voice, though again, this varies. Such as the vocal cords experiencing only minor degradation, while the ghoulification begins, resulting in a far less raspy voice compared to those who have experienced it for far longer. Okay. So, the voice thing might just be. It just seems like it's just RNG. Uh, Other results of the change are widespread necrosis, rot, and other degenerative conditions. Sure. Um, it can happen. Fertilization can happen immediately, but it doesn't necessarily have to. Uh, okay. Oh, flies also can digest them? That's terrible. Some ghouls may also experience loss of appendages. Okay. But you can be reattached to retain functionality. That's horrifying in a way. Um, but also convenient, I guess. People who have purposefully turned themselves into ghouls through pre-war procedures such as Desmond and Eddie escape some of the side effects, keeping most of their hair and having little vocal changes, but still suffer from the necrosis of their bodies like other ghouls. Another purposefully turned ghoul, John Hancock, but he suffers from many of the changes noted above. All right. Um, this doesn't matter. Yeah, that paragraph doesn't matter. In addition, the regenerative effects of radiation, in fact, the altered ghoul physiology is boosted in the presence of radiation, resulting in increased rate of regeneration. Why am I hiccuping? Good night. In certain cases, such as with the marked bend in the divide, intense radiation can help a ghoul survive even lethal injuries, such as flaying. Okay. Um. That's definitely worth noting here. Intense radiation allows flaying survival. Hmm. We'll say healed by immune to radiation rather than fallout. They're kind of the same thing, but it's a little more clear what I'm saying. Uh, the mutated physiology still requires ghouls to provide adequate nourishment for their systems, including providing water and food. I don't know how true that is. If you take the water chip from us, then we will all die. With our water pump broken, we need to survive. I'm curious if the end card for Fallout 1 with the water chip for Necropolis says that they die, then that's true. But if they don't actually die from that, then that's not evidence. They just think that they need the water. The loss of the sense of smell allows ghouls to eat food humans would consider repulsive, sure, which coupled with the resilience of their digestive tract allows them to subsist on any edible foodstuff. As an added benefit, a ghoul is also immune to most common diseases that affect unmutated humans. However, that doesn't mean ghouls are immune to all diseases, and diseases of the mind, not just fertilization, can still affect a ghoul. Okay. Jet has diminished effects. Um, sure. None of that matters. While ghouls require food and water, the regenerative properties of their mutated bodies can sustain them in the absence of either. So they don't require food and water? Okay. In most cases, this coincides with the transformation of the feral ghoul. However, there are three known cases where they have been isolated with no food, water, or air, and no deleterious effects. That's Coffin Willie. It says for months again. Uh, Nothing more boring than being in a coffin for months. Oh, according to him, he says for months. Still, it certainly was for long enough for him to suffocate at the very least. I'm not sure we can confirm that it was been for months. Woody, who was exhibited as a mummy for weeks while in a state of deep sleep. I don't know who Woody is, but he must be in Fallout 1 or 2, I guess. And Billy Peabody, who survived the Great War trapped inside a refrigerator. Okay. Ghouls retain their normal cognition and are generally no different than humans in terms of intellect. In fact, many ghouls benefit from the extreme lifespan and are capable of amassing skills and knowledge far beyond the ability of regular humans. By extension, ghouls retain their sex drive, and some humans have a ghoul. Uh, Great. Regardless of their capacity for intercourse, ghouls are sterile and cannot procreate, except for Monica, perhaps? We'll look into that in a second. However, turning into a ghoul can bring about severe complications, sure. It is known to be a result of degeneration of the brain and emerges from the atrophy of higher brain functions, sure. It's unclear what causes feralization, but antisocial or isolated ghouls are more susceptible to it, certainly. Several examples of individuals and groups still transforming can be seen. Oswald Oppenheimer is the top hat guy. We'll go with Oswald Oppenheimer. The captain of Zhao. Wait, the crew of the cap. Oh, I'm sorry. The crew of Captain Zhao succumbed to feralization, though Captain Zhao himself did not. Okay. Um. So Captain Zhao. We'll say Fallout 4. I'll just call it the Yangtze. It's kind of obvious that it's going to be a Chinese submarine if it's called the Yangtze. Well, maybe not a submarine per se, but still. Uh, Crew went feral. Exposure to intense radiation may also be a factor. Feral ghouls have no body heat. Huh, wow. This allows them to survive for centuries, of which the process is irreversible. Where did this come from? Margot says internal visualization sensing equipment is detecting numerous unidentified persons in the southeast tunnels area. The individuals have damaged metro equipment and refused dialogue with our security units. In accordance with U.S. Security Statute A567B, the use of deadly force has been authorized. My sensing equipment in that area must be damaged. The equipment indicates that the persons possess no internal body heat and are emitting lethal levels of radiation. And what else? Elijah's journal, day 2. I imagine this is going to be pretty brief. The government shipped in the first batch of dissidents today. Wait. No, day 2. Second day at the pre-war concentration camp. Kept China citizens here before the war. Radiation turned them. Had to keep them in the camp with collars. Explains why some of them slave collars exist. Always wondered. Some were clearly pre-war tech. Researching the collar frequencies. Touchy. Deconstructing them takes time. Let's be careful. Can't be spotted by the local robots or insane brains. Dome. Okay. What is that? How is that relevant? Okay, so those were pre-war Chinese ghouls, and that's why it's relevant. Yeah, it's a pre-war camp that had Chinese citizens that sustained themselves by virtue of the radiation that was present in the camp. Huh. So they are very much feral. Okay, that's another point worth adding. Because they're not inactive feral ghouls. Big, empty, Chinese camp feral in radiation. Active pre-war. There's nothing saying that they were active the entire time, but they certainly weren't like first triggered by you. I guess is really what I'm trying to say. It's they were wearing slave collars the entire time, so ostensibly they could have been active. It's a little unclear. Who is Margot? This is Fallout 3. Hmm. Okay. I forget. It's the Lone Wanderer is Fallout 3, right? Yes. Okay. So Margot, who ostensibly would know, says ferals have no body heat and emit lethal levels of radiation. I don't know if they necessarily emit it or if they're like reflecting the radiation that they're surrounded by, if you will. Because theoretically it's sustaining them in some capacity, but regardless. What else do we have? The transformation of a ghoul into a luminous necrotic post-human or a glowing one occurs when the organism of a ghoul ceases filtering radioactive particles from the blood, resulting in bioaccumulation of the gradual appearances of bioluminescence as a result. Okay. Though ghouls uncommonly develop luminescence before generating an obese-like state, there are glowing ones in Necropolis, the Gecko Reactor, Jason Bright, Oswald Oppenheimer, and Hank. I don't know who Hank is, because he's in Fallout 2 probably. We'll check these as well. Oh my goodness, there's so much. Ghoulrilla. Ghoulification is not unique to humans, sure. Ruzka, a circus bear? Wow. I don't remember seeing Ruzka in the Point Lookout DLC. But that is interesting. Rabbits, gorillas, whales, rad gulls, rad strats, rad rats. Okay. Wolves, super mutants. Huh. Super mutant ghouls. I guess you could be affected by both separately? Weird. I really doubt that this is going to have very much. It's going to help. I mean, I don't know. Okay, we're gonna take 5. I probably should have while actually I had disconnected, but regardless, I'm gonna take 5 for a second. Okay, we'll turn the music back on though. I will be just a second. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, so we have this to continue to look at. Okay, so they've been discriminated against. Sure. The atomic reactor of the Gecko did not operate properly. Waste of the power plant leaked into the groundwater. Okay. So they enacted a policy of shoot on sight. The ghouls had deliberately poisoned the groundwater, accusing them of. Wow. Okay, so like way disproportionate reactions and stuff like that. There's a variety of attitudes in the Mojave Wasteland. While in others, ghouls are considered a possible threat and are fired upon in D.C., where the Lions Brotherhood of Steel members will routinely open fires on ghouls sighted in the city. Wow, I didn't realize they did that. I thought that the Lions Brotherhood members were different from all the other Brotherhood members factions. Some believe ghouls to be a carrier disease, which is actually kind of the opposite. They're bound to become feral, which is possible. One particular note was Roy Phillips, a disgruntled ghoul from the Capital Wasteland, obsessed with seizing Tenpenny Tower for himself. Really? I don't remember Roy Phillips. I don't spend much time at Tenpenny Towers because I don't blow up Megaton, which is the only reason, in my opinion, you'd have to go to Tenpenny Towers, or maybe even encounter it. I have no idea where it is. Has Oh, right, the music. I guess I can turn that off. Okay, so even the seemingly tolerant inhabitants of Underworld have problems with Dr. Barrows over his research into ghoulification and its causes. Huh. Not all the ghouls are like that, obviously. Well, we'll see what Dr. Barrows has to say about this. Very helpful. Some policies that step in to protect ghouls and other mutants. Sure. Okay. Sure. This doesn't seem very interesting. Shuffler and zombie to be offensive. Shuffler is wild. Sounds like the way they were referred to like a literal zombie, like a Walking Dead type zombie or something. Well, not the sprinters, but you get what I'm saying. Raul the Ghoul, the zombie vaquero of Mexico City. Very interesting. Hostile intelligent ghouls, violent even without provocation, do exist. The most noteworthy being the Chinese remnants. That makes sense. But for the most part, they aren't like that. Okay. So yeah, not a lot to say about the glowing ones. People have seen more and more. Have seen more than on more. People have seen on more than one occasion a feral glowing one fighting or being chased by normal feral ghouls. Really? It is possible for a glowing one to retain their intelligence. Sure. Okay. There have been glowing ones fighting or being chased by normal ferals. So glowing ones kind of emit radiation, unlike regular ferals. So that, in some ways, kind of makes sense. But fighting? Why would they be fighting? I'll just add it as a note for now. Ferals fighting or chasing. Feral glowing. Okay. I've definitely seen. I've almost never seen a glowing one by itself. They're almost always with other ghouls, whether feral or non-feral. So chasing makes a decent amount of sense, but fighting, why would they ever fight each other? Okay. What else? There are ghouls who have irreversibly transitioned to a feral state. Sure. Invariably hostile, and except to other ghouls, and tend to cluster in packs. Are among the more unfortunate mutants whose minds have deteriorated. Sure. Uh. Okay. Let me see. Is this worth noting? Oh yeah, they're not hostile to other ghouls. No, that's not how you spell fighting. It's very close. That's still not right. Whoops. No, that's why I'm struggling so much trying to type with one hand. Ferals are non-hostile to non-feral ghouls. I knew that, but it's definitely worth noting on this list. Uh, Regular feral ghouls wear torn, shredded civilian clothes. Sure. Feral ghoul roamers and stalkers are often wearing rags or no clothes at all. They are considerably tougher. Feral ghoul reavers are the most deteriorated. Bits of armor and stuff. Radiation has melted and fused entire segments of their body, making them incredibly tough. Interesting. Even worse is the fact that reavers have no self-preservation instincts and will readily rip out its radioactive guts and throw them at their targets. That is wild. Uh, withered, gangrenous, rotting, and charred feral ghouls are the rarest of feral ghoul subtypes and the most dangerous given their resilience to being dispatched in considerably deadly attacks. Okay, sure. A unique subtype of the ferocious necrotic post-human, marked men are the indigenous to the Divide. Uh-huh. And flayed alive by storms, marked men are sustained only by the high background radiation. Okay. And they have developed a unique culture of retaining a semblance of cognition. Despite still being cognitive enough to carry weapons and utilize advanced tactics, they are still immediately hostile. Okay. There's a bunch of named ghouls. Let's see. With silver bells and cockle shells. Oh boy, you are dumb, aren't you? Severe radiation. That's how. How do you think? You know, many bombs go boom, flash of light and heat, flesh burns off, but you don't quite die type severe radiation. Very funny. Who are you, woos? Okay, great. Monica. So, Saint Monica is a character of the Catholic-derived Saint Monica's Church, where she is venerated as the patron saint of lost children. Her story is a shared is shared as a sermon from Father Clifford. Her and her son's stories parallel the real Saint Monica and her son Augustine Hippo. Interesting choice to parallel an actual saint. But you know, Clifford's sermon about Monica begins with her miraculous birth, where she was born to ghoul parents. Okay. She was sold into slavery, and her son Aaron maybe, uh, being taken and sold away. Sure. She prayed. After 16 years, one slaver repented for his sins and chose to help Monica. Great. Clifford states that Monica traveled in search of her son. When she found Aaron, he had become a slaver himself. That's wild. Okay. Clifford concludes the story by saying Aaron eventually realized Monica's and God's love for him and chose to repent, begging for forgiveness, then freed her and all of his other slaves, repenting. Okay, so this is just something that they say happened. But it is just something that they say. Okay. So, far from confirmed. Far from confirmed, but a religious tale. Okay. It's not nothing, but really just goes on the wall. It doesn't really sway me in any significant way. It would matter substantially if it were actually a confirmed thing, but we don't ever encounter Monica or anything like that. It's just this guy doing his preaching thing. Yeah, not a big deal. Camp Searchlight, right. So this is the NCR camp that was devastated by ghoulification, basically. And what's the story? Right. So there were things here. When the New California Republic deployed in force, Searchlight was chosen as a site. Mm-hmm. And Vulpes Inculta devised a plan. Tensions worsened. Uh, okay. The second initiative perpetrated by Vulpes was one that caused the camp's destruction. He sent in a small group of legionaries, ordering them to infiltrate the fire station and unseal the nuclear fuel casks, unleashing lethal levels of radiation on the camp. Legionaries were killed instantly alongside some NCR personnel. The rest of the NCR soldiers turned into ghouls or died soon after radiation sickness. Only a handful of troops out of the patrol survived, rallying under the First Sergeant Astor. In the meantime, a task force under Centurion Aurelius of Phoenix landed at Cottonwood Cove, establishing a beachhead on the west side of the Colorado River and immediately launching raids on both the surviving NCR troops and especially supply and trade caravans. Great. Great. I don't need to know about the layout. Astor, the devastating radiation attacks by the Legion camp of Searchlight has pushed the surviving NCR soldiers back to the minimum safe distance. The fury and emotions are still raw, and First Sergeant Astor leads his men on patrol and witnesses his brother in arms having turned into the. Yeah, sure. Yo, what up, Zaki? Things are going pretty well, I think. We've got all kinds of things that we've discovered. So this camp, Searchlight, isn't super remarkable. It was basically fuel rods. Here we go. They unsealed the nuclear fuel casks, which made everyone basically become feral, as far as we can tell. Except for one of them. There is a private who has a dog tag that he refuses to give up, but like, whatever. It happened more or less instantly, is the main thing. Or would have had to. So the legionaries and the NCR in the actual building. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The ones in the building with the nuclear fuel casks literally died like instantaneously. Like you can go there and see their bodies from when they unsealed it. Everyone outside of that building either died of radiation sickness or became ghouls, unless you happen to be far enough like Aster, in which case you didn't get affected really at all because you were out on patrol or what have you. And now everyone is at a minimum safe distance and like lightly patrolling the area, right? So this is the only case that I know of where ghoulification can happen en masse without like an actual detonation happening. It's very similar to a detonation. Does Cottonwood Cove's barrels, those don't cause people to become ghouls, right? If you if you are doing NCR, you can dump nuclear waste, I think, on Cottonwood Cove. Yeah, exactly. I don't think that they become ghouls though if you do that. But we'll check. What do we got? Searchlight. So yeah, we're finished with this. Cottonwood just gets abandoned. Yeah, exactly. Which is what you would expect to happen for Searchlight, right? If they unseal this thing, the radiation would unleash throughout the area and people would like start to become sick or whatever and they would leave. But instead of that happening, they all become ghouls. Only one guy stays in a rad suit to operate the boat. That's very funny. Sucks to be that guy. So Camp Searchlight, NCR becomes ghouls. All feral but one. And it's Flash. I'm going to call this still Flash Ghoulification with no explosion. It's because it's not like a nuclear device going off. Actually, we'll put this with the other Flash Ghoulifications that we have, which is mostly Moira. But also these marked men. Oh, so it's actually more like a set point here. And this is like a sub point. Yeah, there we go. Now we're talking. Did you check the glow yet? No. I have many tabs. Is this one? Is this the glow? No, this is just a glowing one. Yeah, I haven't looked at the glow yet. It's old Fallout, so I don't know if you do include that. I don't see any reason not to. Until I get like an obvious contradiction, I'm gonna take all information that exists in the games as being canonical, and then if there is an obvious true contradiction, I'll make a decision at that point. But for now, it doesn't seem so bad. Okay, so we have Eddie Winters. Oh my gosh, we have so many tabs. I don't need this timeline. Let's look at this feral ghoul thing. Does this have anything different than what this already said? Many ghouls are pre-war humans who survived the initial nuclear bombardment. Sure. Yeah, their brains atrophy. Sure. Have an appetite. Yeah, the process is irreversible, supposedly at least. What kind of citations do we have for this? Neither of those say that the process is irreversible. We've read those before. Oh, glowing yellow eyes. Fascinating. Okay. Sure. This is mostly just like gameplay stuff. They very rarely travel alone, indeed. Yeah, I'm not so worried about these. Oh yeah, pink ghouls. We should look at this. That might just be incidental that they become pink. But if there's other things going on, then we should definitely check that out. Okay, yeah, we're good here. All right, so Suffolk County Charter School, right? This is the pink paste place. Uh, yeah, there's a nutritional alternative paste program, which is NAP. Great. Okay. School grounds are inhabited by pink feral ghouls. Two are visible. Sure, sure, sure. I don't know how much that matters. We can get 16 samples of food paste, 12 lunch boxes. Great. Some overdue books. Um, should we look at these? Oh, here we go. Good morning, teachers and students. It is a fabulous Wednesday here at Suffolk County Charter School. The Glee Club is having their seasonal bike sale today, so stop by and show your support so we can send our team to the regionals. Remember, actual baked goods are forbidden on school grounds, so they will be selling colorful cups for your food paste. Great. Also, we will be having a school assembly during second period tomorrow on the dangers of strangers by Jangles the Moon Monkey himself. Once again, we would like to thank our benefactors from the NAT program for allowing us to have such a big star come and speak to you kids. We are our benefactors' strict adherence to the rules they have set forth. This is Principal Hudson signing off. Have a great day. And this is 2 days later. Happy Friday, all. The NAT program launched this week with a success, but not without problems. I hate to have to throw away your mother's carefully packed lunches, but I am afraid we must put our foot down on this issue. I am assured all of you will get used to the flavor of the paste. Also, I have been informed that the flavor varieties will be on their way pending continued success of the program. How exciting! So there's only one flavor right now. To those complaining, I will repeat: there are absolutely no psychological or physiological or physical side effects from participation in an app. Any observed effect is assuredly psychosomatic and possibly related to the lack of trust in the government. Remember, our participation in an app not only helps our school, but also in the long run benefits our nation. Thank you for your attention. This is Principal Knudsen signing off. Oh, did I miss the first one? Yeah, I missed the first one somehow. Yeah, okay. October 18th. This is the first one. It is another great week at the Suffolk County Charter School. I hope everyone is getting their costumes together in the annual Halloween festival. I would like to take this opportunity to remind you that no outside food is to be brought on campus as of this week. This goes to for faculty as well as students. We've received generous donations from our implementation of the Nutritional Alternative Paste Program. We offer benefactors strict adherence to the rules they have set forth. So it doesn't seem like this has anything to do with the ghouls necessarily. Yeah, October 23rd is the war. So the next day is when the bombs would have fallen, and presumably the people who are the pink ghouls were just eating the pink paste, and that's why they're pink. So it has no particular incidents. They're just also pink. Uh, one with prolonged psychological and physical side effects. Okay. All observed effects were brushed off as assuredly psychosomatic and possibly related to a lack of trust in the government. Was run continuously for the final week of 2077. Strict adherence to the program was kept. It became policy to throw away the foods. Sure, sure, sure. And they become pink. Okay, great. Let's look at these two notes. The complaint letter draft. Principal Hudson, I'm sorry to ask, but where is the integrity of this school gone? Forcing all teachers and students to consume nothing but flavorless pink goo is inhumane and demoralizing. Food is an avenue of socialization for our students' growing minds, and they are growing restless of the pace. If nothing else, I am sure you have noticed the growing rate of visits to your office for misbehavior. Also, I could almost swear everyone seems a little bit pinker after a week of eating this stuff. Please, I ask that we terminate this mistake of an experiment and find alternative funding for opportunities with our school. So they were misbehaving. They were becoming pink. But they weren't becoming ghouls. Intervention note. This can be found in numerous places. Oh, yeah, right. Um, Hank, you've been eating a lot of that food paste we got from the Suffolk school. It's affecting you, like in a real bad way, man. You've been flying off the handle at every little thing, always have this crazy look in your eyes. Heck, during the last farm raid, you even shot a couple runners. We don't kill them when they're fleeing, man. We're better than that. I know this stuff tastes great, but is it really worth all this? I mean, I had to write this down because I'm scared you would shoot me if I in the face if I said anything in person. We're your friends. We just don't want to see you go through the wrong path. Just drop the paste, man. Yeah, they become ghouls post 23rd. It seems that way, true. Um, but they are definitely pink. So it's not really that much of a note, ultimately. I think it's perhaps worth noting here just because they are pink ghouls, but we're talking Suffolk County pink ghouls. Pink because paste. Regular ghoulification, I guess. Just from the bombs. It seems like just the people who happen to be turning pink from the paste happen to become pink ghouls, and that's kind of it. There are no ephemerals except for the paste made them pink. Yeah, and maybe a bit more aggressive, exactly. I don't know how much more aggressive a ghoul can be, a feral ghoul can be, but they might be marginally more aggressive, but it's not exactly remarkable. So Raul's only really here because I think he's a pre-war ghoul. Yeah, he was born in 2047. Sure. When did he become a ghoul? Stream of refugees were becoming an issue. Same night after the Tejadas had gone to sleep, more people raided. Okay. Raul knew that he could not stay in the ranch anymore, forced to flee, sure. He convinced Rafaela to come with him, sure. Being so young and unaware of the world, neither knew anything about nuclear bombs and especially not radiation. Though it wasn't hit as hard as the other people's places in America, by the time the Tejadas reached Mexico City, according to an older Raul, it was little better than radioactive ruin. The survivors that made their way inside the city got by through looting, a foundation of the future tribes of raiders. Sure. Uh, Medicine for radiation burns, Raul sustained in the process. What he believes marked the beginnings of his ghoulification. Okay. He switched to a vaquero outfit. Rafaela loved it. Okay. The ghost of Mexico City. So he's probably already a ghoul at this point. Okay. Raul kept wearing the outfit due to the joy he saw in his sister, and so the ghost legend continued to grow. Radiation poison caught up to Raul, and he found himself too ill to go out scavenging with his sister. Okay, Rafaela was left to her own to gather more supplies. Fallout US has united North America. Oh yeah, true. You're right. It is all of North America. You mentioned they would probably be children, but it's too much for a game. You're not wrong, but that's kind of the problem that I'm trying to delve into, right? Because we have Billy. I keep closing this for no reason. We have Billy Peabody, right? Who is a child ghoul. But the Suffolk County people, it could just be faculty as well, but they're all full grown ghouls, and I'm supposing the reason is, I mean, yeah, you can say it's because they don't want feral children as ghouls. That makes sense. But you could also explain it by a hibernation thing. So if they're hibernating like Billy Peabody was, they would be children. But the feral ghouls aren't hibernating. They're just, or they weren't hibernating the entire time. They became pink. They got flashed into being ghouls, and the hibernation didn't ever like happen for them. Or if it did happen, it happened after the fact, after they would have already aged. So they were just like roaming for the first few years or what have you. Basically, the way that I'm seeing it so far is that if there's intense radiation, they ostensibly don't need to eat as long as they're inactive. And so if you look at it another way, ghouls potentially only will starve to death if they're active, right? If they would even starve to death. I'm not convinced that ghouls are capable of starving to death. That's kind of what I'm saying. As and unless there's no radiation around. I don't think we see any war ghouls aging due to how the games are located. Yeah, Raul acts like an old man. Um, and we certainly don't see any ghoul children become ghoul adults. You're correct, for sure. There is Gob. Gob was adopted as a younger ghoul, but like younger relative to Carol is like any ghoul, right? Like every ghoul is younger than her. But in order for her to adopt Gob, that sounds like she's saying that he was a kid. But that's not obvious because she talks about herself as being like 26. Yeah, no, I totally get it. That's why I'm like, it's unclear, but it's totally possible that when you become a ghoul, you still will age, unless you're inactive, as Billy Peabody was, which is to say, like, if you're hibernating. If you're hibernating in an area that has enough radiation to sustain you, you won't age. In fact, it would be weird if you did age if you're hibernating in a few ways, but not like, monstrous. It would make sense for your aging process to slow down dramatically. Let me put it that way. And that's kind of the thesis that I'm building at this point, is that Billy Peabody isn't necessarily that much of a problem if this hibernation thing is at least a possibility, if it seems to not break the rules that we seemingly have broken in some different ways. It is worth noting about the pink ghouls, though, for sure. Because who's to say that they were active, but who's to say that they were inactive? It's possible that they have just been around, right? Especially with like raiders having been, taking up pink paste apparently. Pink because paste, regular ghoulification, and we'll say we know for a fact that raiders had interfered. That's not how you spell interfered. That's close though. Oh, is it? Interfered? Yeah, nice. I thought there was a double R in there somewhere. Um, have interfered. Gathering paste. Perhaps ghouls aged post-war, because they're definitely pre-war ghouls. Well, they're presumably pre-war ghouls, but it could also mean that the set of ghouls you find in Fallout 4 are just a random pack that moved in due to food supply. Yeah, it could definitely be that. It could be that, sure. The way that you encounter them implies that they aren't, because they're like totally inactive. They're totally like sleeping for the most part. But you're not wrong. They could have just moved in. but I'll say that. Could be roaming. We would need a ghoul that is like definitively linked to the location in a way that ties them to pre-war. So like a faculty member or something like that, of which I don't recall any. Like if the principal was one of the ghouls, that would tell us. But it's unclear, I think. It looks like Raoul just became like mostly just a regular ghoul. She failed to return. She was murdered. Uh-huh. Afterward, he furiously shunned wearing the vaquero outfit. Mm-hmm. But he held on to it. Okay, great. So nothing too remarkable about Raoul. He is indeed a pre-war ghoul. Uh, he slowly he slowly ghoulified rather than as a result of the bombs dropping directly. They can stay here. We'll look at Calamity later. Actually, we can do that now, right? I think it's just Calamity. Sure is. Right. She is a ghoul. She has lived a long time and changes her name and job every few years. That's it? Okay. Wait. If you have any of the dog's brains in your inventory, upon Calamity's death, they will be removed. Fascinating. If Keen and the other 3 to 4 Nightkin turn hostile during the quests, it's possible Calamity will be killed. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, sure. Maybe Ghoulification needs X amount of radiation intake to turn, so high exposure turns you quicker. Yeah, that definitely seems to be the case. It seems that there's 2 ways to do it. I guess I haven't really noted that, but I did discover that as we went. There's the 2 different activation methods. We'll say, almost want to say procedural low level exposure. And then there's what I've been calling flash ghoulification, which is basically when a bomb or equivalent goes off. Basically, you're in the Goldilocks zone of not getting absolutely murdered by the explosion and not overexposed by the radiation, but definitely still affected. And we can see that in Moira Brown and the Marked Men, the Searchlight guys too. But one of the games, 3 or Vegas, I think, has a dead NPC who wanted to ghoul themselves by staying in an irradiated area but died of exposure, so maybe it needs to be really fast or really slow. Yeah, it's also just RNG, I think. I think not everyone can be a ghoul. I think there's like genetic factors as well. Can be a ghoul. You have to like handle it well. I don't think it's as simple as doing either the procedural low level, and you have to do the low level thing extremely well, because like Eddie Winters was able to accomplish it. Oh, actually, there is also Hancock. Hancock received treatment. It's similar to flash ghoulification, but technically different because there wasn't actually an explosion at all. You're right, since in 76, the first vault to open, ghouls would already be present. Oh, there were already ghouls. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, that's why it's called Fallout 76. The vault is Fallout 76. Right, right, right. So Calamity doesn't really help. Um, she's she's just potentially pre-war. She doesn't really have anything to say about being a ghoul, though. Not that big a deal. A ghoul civilization and not ferals? Oh, okay, fair enough. I don't know nearly as much about 76, but I have learned some things here and there. Huh, interesting. So, do we want to start with these towns? Yeah, sure. So, Gecko. This is where there are some glowing ones. It's a power plant complex for Poseidon Oil. Gecko might have some juicy links. I hope it does. Uh, the reactor escaped destruction unscathed and was shut down, laying dormant for a while. And a small group claimed it. Uh, at first, a small number of ghouls settled near the reactor, but around 2235, the population swelled and the town was formally founded. Uh, sure, they were collaboratively working together, helping with education. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. They were grossly mismanaged due to a lack of education. And Vault City was growing in concern. Harold arrived. Okay, he decided to help as best he can. He became de facto the mayor. They also started trading with Broken Hills. Some local ghouls became members of the renewal cult. Okay. A sentient mole rat? Yo, early Fallout games are nuts. What? There's a there's a sentient mole rat called the Brain? Harold is one of the few NPCs to make it coast to coast. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's like not really a ghoul though. And uh and he kind of laid down his roots in Fallout 3. He's not going very far from there at all, is he? And okay, his ultimate goal was to eventually take over the world. Sure, since the atomic reactor did not operate properly, waste from the power plant started to leak into the local groundwater. Okay. Uh-huh. He needed a tool for that. Vault City was very upset about that. Okay. Eventually, she found someone for the job known as the Chosen One. The Chosen One agreed to help with the problem in exchange for citizenship of Vault City and access to Vault 8. Okay. Fallout New California explores his lore a bit, but New California is a fan-made mod, so it doesn't count for us. Yeah, yeah, yeah. As the Chosen One is MC of 2. That makes sense. He decided to investigate the problem by questioning the ghouls. Okay. One of the people not blinded by the prejudice of the ghouls who agreed to donate the part. With the plant repaired, Festus found out that the right data from Vault 8's mainframe could be optimized the plant to produce an even bigger output of electricity. However, despite the problem with the groundwater being solved, the Vault City's general attitude towards Gecko had not improved, and their own reactor was failing to support their growing settlement. If they at some point in the future decided to take the power plant for themselves, the ghouls would be crushed under their military might, naturally. It was here Brain and the Renewal Cult stepped forward with the key to collaboration. Considering peace chosen by Vault City and the Gecko instrumental to his plans of world domination, he had his cultist Gordon hand uh he had his cultist Gordon handed the Chosen One a holodisk. He had his cultist Gordon handed. Yeah, that isn't me. That grammar is definitely messed up, but that's okay. Uh okay, so they're trying to set up an alliance. That's great. Doesn't seem super pertinent. I am gonna hear about the brain though. That's crazy. Uh, okay, so Harold moves on, headed east. Great. Gecko's further fate is unclear, but given the relationship with the Vault City, it can be assumed that the town joined the NCR. Great. Seems pretty unremarkable for the most part. But we definitely should check out that renewal cult and also the brain in particular. Let's do the brain first, I think. The brain is an intelligent albino mole rat with an enlarged brain case. Okay, and the brother of King Rat. Okay. Brain is an unusually large albino mole rat with an enlarged cranium and the look of an intelligent being. He looks like an intelligent being? What does that even mean? He's the unlikely leader of the renewal cult in the town of Gecko and seeks to take over the world. He lives in an underground cave adjacent to the Gecko nuclear reactor. He loves cheesy poofs. Of course, who doesn't love cheesy poofs? And will ask to be given some if a visitor has any of their inventory as he can smell them. In the short term, he seeks to rebuild an alliance, or to build, not rebuild, between the Gecko and Vault City. Sure. The cult is symbolized by the Ankh, and its members wear Ankh necklaces. The renewed cults seek to renew, i.e. become human again. Okay. Doesn't seem that there's actually much to say about them, interestingly enough. So we have this Ankh here for the renewal. So the mole rat became sapient after an FEV dosage. So his proximity to the nuclear factory is just coincidence, really, because the FEV doesn't have to do with nuclear power, as we've established. It's like kind of its own thing, mostly. Okay. So they want to become human, but they've made absolutely zero progress. there's there's no quest associated with them becoming human or anything like that at all. Like, okay, so we have Gordon and some renewal cult ghouls. Like, is there literally nothing? Yep, they want to become humans. Great. Okay. Gordon is kind of the leader. So what's with Zomac? He's a guard. Is a follower. Yep. Okay. Yep. They exist. Zomac is a reference to the Pinky in the Brain. Is because Zomac is very stupid. Is that what's going on? He only has 3 intelligence, so I guess he is kind of dumb. I don't know. All right, so Gordon of Gecko is a ghoul. Very nicely dressed, sure. Okay, he's got a quest at least. Uh-huh. Which helps with the cooperation. From the film Wall Street? Okay. Great. Yeah, it doesn't seem super relevant. The Fallout mod for Hearts of Iron had an artistic recreation of the brain, but can't find it since one of the updates removed it. Really? That's sad. So yeah, it seems like the renewal cult, though it could be highly relevant, just straight up kind of doesn't matter. Um, so we'll say renewal cult under FEV mole rat the brain totally incompetent at reversing ghoulification. Because as far as I can tell, they made literally no advancement in that direction, like at all. Like literally at all. And that's really all that Gecko had to offer. And then we have Dayglow. Oh, Dayglow from San Diego. Dieglo. I get it. I just hiccuped like 3 times. Do we care about this? Oh, followers, huh? The town was populated by individuals that founded the Followers of the Apocalypse. Wow. Okay. It was abandoned due to sickness that was impossible to cure at the time. A number of ghouls settled into the abandoned area from the destroyed necropolis. After the ghouls learned of the West Tech, they started a scavenging company excavating the facility and formed partnerships with scavenging companies from New Addendum. Okay. Sure. Is this super mutant relevant? Is this like Jacob or something? No. Uh, or not. What is the name of Jacobstown? The guy from Jacobstown. Anyways, uh, Dayglow started to become more and more relevant. In 2281, NCR Rangers passed through Dayglow on their way from Baja to the Mojave. Fascinating. Also, Children of Adam might not be directly related, but they may have info about ghoulification. This is true. That's a very good call out. The Children of Adam are entirely like an East Coast thing, right? They aren't in the older Fallout games. Children of Adam. Perfect. Is a building in Megaton and home to the Church of Adam. Okay. Church of Adam. Worships Adam, yeah, naturally. Spread across the northeast of the post-war United States. And in Fallout Tactics? Okay. Great. When did Fallout Tactics come out? That's an older game. I know that. It's Interplay 2001. So apparently no. They come from Brotherhood of Steel, weirdly enough. The Forgotten Game strikes again. Yeah, no kidding. Wild. Sure. Yeah, they're crazy. They're crazy people. I get it. Uh, yeah. They were sort of established in Megaton, sort of. Seemed to be inert regarding the bomb. Lenin worshipped by a confessor. They lived in a community in a humble chapel. Sure. We need to get to the point where they're doing crazy stuff. They were led by a chemist calling herself Mother Curie the Third and resided in a small bunker in Springvale. She had been. Is Springvale a real location in Fallout 3? Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh, is Springvale the first town that you enter? I bet it is. Hey, could you do me a favor and not go off ever again? Thanks. So this is probably the first town that you enter, right? Yeah. Vault 101, Springvale School in Megaton. Yeah. Okay, got it. Really? I didn't realize that this had anything to do with the Church of Adam. I explored Springvale in my first playthrough, but I don't remember anything being relevant to the Church of Adam. But I also didn't know what the Church of Adam was at the time. Obviously, I discovered that later. At some point, a group of Adamites traveled to the glowing seashore. Most of this doesn't seem super relevant. Which, interestingly enough, there's almost never like ghouls. Like, are there any ghouls in the Church of Adam at all? Different sects hold various different beliefs regarding ghouls. Uh, they respect and revere Gob. Okay. Why Gob specifically? Oh, because they're in Megaton together. Right, right, right. Uh, there's also ghouls in general that embody Adam's glow. There are also some that think that they're unfit for Adam's grace, and its members try to avoid ghoulification. Brother Devon, skinny guy near the entrance to the bay, starting to look like a ghoul with hair. Can't miss him. See, Brother Devon, on a fast. He's been on a fast, a long one. No food, only irradiated water, waiting for a sign from Adam. Most folks think that he's real admirable giving yourself to Adam like that. What do you think? Okay. Doesn't seem to convey exactly what it was saying, but maybe in the context it makes a little more sense. Uh, some children exhibit congenital immunity to radiation, but the faith accepts all converts as long as their faith is true. Um, I'm sorry, without suffering from radiation sickness, ghoulification, or other psychological changes, physiological, I'm sorry. The children of Adam claim that this is Adam's gift to them, but they seldom elaborate on the nature of this adaptation, naturally. Yeah, it does seem like there are people that can just straight up avoid ghoulification. I mean, I kind of knew that already. Yo, I'm gonna throw this phone. Relax. Stop. I. Stop it. Okay. How about this? We make this no longer have notifications, specifically. No? I just can't do that? I don't know how to do this? This is important because I hate it when this thing goes off. Notifications. Hello? Phone? Are you dead? No, you're good. Just turn off the sounds. It's probably fine. Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. Sorry about that. It does seem like ghoulification can be wholly avoided, but only by those who are genetically predisposed to not getting ghoulified. So not everyone can be a ghoul. Kind of works both ways, actually. So like, if you are genetically immune to radiation, you can't become a ghoul, but also it won't kill you. Whereas other people perhaps can't become a ghoul because the radiation will just straight up kill them, even if you do the low level exposure therapy. Uh, Probably does go here. Children of Adam seem immune to radiation and thus ghoulification. It's really some. It's not just everyone. What else? Potential converters are often tested by imbibing the waters of the glow or holy water provided by the confessor or gathered by a sacred spring. Naturally, this weeds out the weak and infirm, identifying immune persons who are fit to take more dangerous tasks in service of Adam. In the case of the apostles, they hope the radiation will trigger the process of ghoulification. So the apostles hope that they become ghouls, others don't. The unimmune live alongside the immune and must regularly scour themselves of radiation with radaway to live. Interesting. They do so either out of necessity or as a form of penitence. Hmm. Some even seem to be able to. I'm sorry. Some even seem to be no, one more time. This is messing me up. Some even seem to be able to unirradiate others just by being near them. Talking to Isolde or Ogden will cause the player to slowly heal radiation damage, which does not occur when talking to other NPCs in the glowing sea. The fasting on Rad Water guy, they were testing him to see if he is immune. Yeah. You can irradiate others in like a proximity around you. That's truly fascinating. It's kind of not super relevant to this ghouling thing, but I'm gonna add it as a note anyway, just because it's fascinating. Some people can unirradiate. Is that what it said? Yeah, it says unirradiate others, or it's more like de-irradiate others in an AoE, which is like sick, but very strange. Non-members such as Lumpy and Baby Marie and Brian Richter also possess immunity. So there are some people that just like have immunity. Yeah, so there's the Mother of the Fog. I don't think I really care about that. Oh, some people can see radiation? For the glow. Also, speaking of the glow, and utters light as a proper noun like Cromwell. Okay. Not really interested in their technology or relationship to Christianity, organization. Nah, that doesn't really matter. Probably don't need any of this. Yeah, I'll just keep on going. Oh, there's a lot. Winter of Adam. What is this? Local cult. True to their beliefs, Adamites in Fallout 4 rely almost exclusively on radiation weapons in combat, which is kind of ironic. The gender of the hallucinatory prophet of Adam, which appeared to Mother Curie 3, corresponds to the gender of the lone wanderer. Wow. Which is a matter of debate among historians. What does that mean? Oh, okay. Cool. Despite the common conception that Isolde was part of the expedition of Megaton, Isolde's group never mentioned Cromwell, Megaton, or the expedition, and the relation between them, these groups is unclear. Sure. Okay. Yeah, this is fine. All right, so Lumpy? John, nicknamed by the ghouls as Lumpy, is Skeeter's assistant and an inhabitant of Gecko 2241. He's a human who's immune, okay? Very thin, saggy-eyed, and unhappy-looking human. He is a natural resistance to radiation, a mutation that made him unfit for Vault City and shunned. Huh? Why? How do you even know that he's immune to radiation? What? Like, what do you mean? He's like, oh, well, this guy doesn't get sick. Get him out of here. Why? I don't understand. John left Vault City, seeking to die in the waste, considering it a better alternative than continued residence in the city. However, a Broken Hills caravan headed to Gecko picked him up before he perished. He found a new family among the ghouls, forming the closest bond with Skeeter. John picked up a job as a Brahmin caretaker, watching them and making sure nothing happens to the herd. Okay. Seems like a lot of NPCs just kind of like have a few stories, a few sentences of backstory, and that's kind of all there is to know. Maybe he worked at a local power plant and all his coworkers kept dropping dead due to leaks. Then it sounds like he's the one that you want to work at that power plant. Right? Like, hello? If the power plant needs to operate, then the guy who doesn't die is the perfect guy to continue operating it. Why would you ever exile him? You need him the most. Like, I just don't understand. I just don't understand. I guess it's similar to like people having an issue with grave diggers and stuff like that, where it's like those guys are unclean. It's like, nah, but do you want to be buried? Then you should be cool with the person who runs the graveyard. Early Fallout has these NPCs that have a bit of story, but not much due to the budget and the era. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Do I add Lumpy to this? I don't think so. Some children of Adam and others seem immune to radiation and thus ghoulification. Oh, whoops. There we go. Vault City originate from a vault and dislike outsiders? Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. But if he's from Vault City, like if he was born there and he just happens to be immune to radiation, why would they be like, oh, I don't know, man, he's he's like a ghoul, except he doesn't look anything like a ghoul, and also doesn't smell bad, and also doesn't sound like a ghoul. He just happens to be immune to radiation. That's the one thing that he has in common with ghouls. Oh yeah, Marie from the pit. Yeah, she has a natural resistance to radiation. Because of the unique gift, she has been studied by her parents to find a cure. Uh-huh. Control over Marie is a central objective for both sides of the conflict. Steal the baby away from her parents or leave the people of the pit to suffer in slavery. Once the Lone Wanderer picks it up, she becomes a quest item called Baby and therefore cannot be dropped. The item Baby displays a damaged garden gnome when dropped. Weird. This can be discovered using console commands such as place at me. After acquiring Marie, assessing the terminal in Sandra's lab, and selecting Baby Monitor, may prompt Baby not found. Insert Baby and try again. Very good. She's the only baby seen in Fallout 3. At one point in development, a pit slave named Beth would intercept the player's character should they choose to kidnap Marie. Beth would proceed to take Marie from the Lone Wanderer and to Medea's quarters. Great. So Marie also is just like immune to radiation. She's just a person that randomly has immunity. Brian Richter of Fallout 4, it looks like. Is the leader of the Zealots of the Children of Adam? Okay, sure. He was a soldier in the Enclave. Fascinating. The change came with a long-term scouting mission to recover a reserve of fusion cores went sideways. The disposal facility they tracked them to was still working. The containment cellar suddenly locked itself due to a screw-up by the team engineer. 15 inches of lead-warped steel slammed shut behind them and locked tight. Surviving on 2 sips of water and a bit of rad roach per day, Richter watched his team fall apart and die. It seemed hopeless until Zealot Tectus came along, who broke the seal of the door and pulled him out. Nursed to health by the alchemist. Oh, I'm sorry, the alchemist. Richter ascribed his survival to Adam's blessing and became a fervent defender of the faith. Richter is responsible for enforcing the laws of Adam, ensuring the nucleus. How do I know that he's immune to radiation? Does he just like say that he is? He's just like, yeah, man, I'm immune to radiation. I mean, sure. It's remarkable that he survived, but they're like the Enclave without the nationalism. Yeah, I guess. Vault City. You mean? He lives in a nuclear submarine, but like, are nuclear submarines constantly inundated with nuclear radiation? Or, I mean, I guess that could be a thing. To be honest. Broken Hills. Right. Uh. Oh, Marcus. That's his name. That's the super mutant's name, and Marcus goes and founds Jacobstown later. In the Mojave. He encounters Jacob, a brotherhood of steel knight in power armor, who pledged himself to the extermination of all mutants. Okay, Marcus and Jacob fought for a period of time, but soon realized the futility of their battle. Sure, became friends. Still thought that Jacob could have been improved by a dip in the FEV. Sure. Okay, great. Ghouls and mutants that live together in Broken Hill make ideal uranium miners since they are not affected by the exposure to radiation. Yeah. Since Vault City will only deal with humans, the miners must use human traders as their intermediaries. These traders charge uh, the miners excessive commission for their work. Just truly wild. Chosen One puts an end to the conspiracy to destroy the mutants, and Broken Hill begins to thrive for a time until the uranium ran out. Without the income from the mine, the town slowly dispersed, leaving the place an empty ghost town. Alright, I mean, yeah, fair enough. The Broken Hills uranium mine. I don't know if I need to know about the layout. It's probably not that important. It's not always easy for human schools and supermutants to live together. This has culminated in a conspiracy to rid Broken Hills of its mutated citizens. Led by human purist and store owner Jacob, the conspiracy has resulted in the arrest and incarceration of several of Joseph's supporters, as well as the murder of several civilians. I think it's supposed to be store owner Joseph, not Jacob. I think that's a pretty substantial typo, but I'm not sure. Maybe, or maybe this is supposed to be Jacob, because this says Jacob again. Their bodies have been dumped into the town's caves and sewers in hopes of destabilizing Broken Hill and starting conflict. Jacob also sabotaged the mine's air purifier, temporarily halting mining operations. He ultimately hoped to detonate the purifier and bring the whole mine down on all the supermutants working inside. In opposition to Jacob and the mutants, mine foreman Zaius and the arm wrestling champ Francis, sick. There's also a conspiracy on the mutant side, instigated by Francis, which the player discovers upon finding a note on the corpses in the secret tunnel under the Broken Hills. The note proves that the mutants hoped to frame the anti-mutant faction in the town for the deaths of the townspeople. Okay. I don't think there's very much that I need to gather from this, though. Vault 12. What's remarkable about Vault 12? Oh, Necropolis. Of course. Like 200 years after last checkup, it must be leaking. I don't know if that's true. Zhao, Captain Zhao is a ghoul, as is his crew, but so that is kind of like a soft point in your favor. But I don't know if that is like de facto. The nuclear reactor has to be leaking over time. Like Vault Tech made all kinds of radiation-proof vaults, so there's no reason to presume that the submarine couldn't be as well made, right? Like not all of the vaults worked. Don't get me wrong, but a lot of them did. In fact, most of them did, I would say. uh. Okay, so and been fitted with the newest in vault water purification system. Sure, sure, sure. Those who signed this particular vault took their preparedness very seriously, earning the Pressed Vault Suit Award for their efforts. Wow. Populace of Bakersfield learned that the other vaults had been sealed. In desperation, they took to the local shelter, forcing their way in to protect themselves and their families. Okay. Sec took control. Necropolis. Sure. He reluctantly sent them whatever water they needed, fearful that the people. Sure. There's a layout. There's inhabitants. We can look at some of these guys. They might have some information for us. I imagine most of these guys are themselves ghouls, but I don't know. Kane? Why does Kane look so different? Oh, it's Brotherhood of Steel. I see. It's a go to go to the leaking area. I just don't know if it reaches the main living space. Yeah, fair enough. And I don't know that I've ever encountered that guy in Fallout 4. I don't know if I did Far Harbor when I played through Fallout 4. I probably didn't. So I don't know much about the DLC stuff. As a mercenary, Kane is a ghoul through and through, stooped, skeletal, and bony. Kane is a real badass. The kind of guy who... Why is this written by one of Kane's fans? The kind of guy who, upon finding your burning body, would roast Desert Rat over you rather than put you out. When his home necropolis was razed to the ground by the super mutants, Kane took it personally. In an attempt to seek vengeance upon the mutants, he sought out the Brotherhood of Steel and demanded entry. As a somewhat isolationist and anti-mutant order, the Brotherhood was reluctant to grant him admission, but Kane's perseverance was fueled by a grim determination. He was finally given a test of initiation, a suicide mission that, should he survive, would allow him to join and become one of the first ghouls ever to join the ranks of the Brotherhood. That's truly fascinating. He's a playable ghoul in the Fallout universe. Interesting. Okay. So I guess Brotherhood of Steel has a bunch of different playable characters that you can choose. He looks straight up like an orc or something. He doesn't look like a ghoul to me. He is mandatory for Far Harbor? Really? Okay, well then I definitely haven't done Far Harbor then. I've seen a lot of Fallout content. I know a lot about Far Harbor, but I haven't, personally done it, so that's why I'm pretty sure I haven't done it. I tend to remember stuff like that, but it's possible. With the exception of the underground ghouls who live in the sewers and glowing ones who are in Vault 12. Sedge strikes himself as the leader of the Necropolis, okay. Before the Great War, he had already lacked a sense of humor, so he's another pre-war ghoul. He took refuge in Vault 12 beneath Bakersfield. Fallout Brotherhood is weird. It basically killed the character of the Chosen One, so most ignore it. Oh, fascinating. When he took refuge in Vault 12. Typhon became... they both became ghouls as a result of hanging out in Vault 12. Interesting. Okay. So 2084 he became the leader, so he's been the leader for like 120 years or something like that. Or 180 years even, I think. I don't know when the first Fallout happens, but it's like 21 something, right? 2150 or something, somewhere in there. Or 22 even. 2210? Is that right? Anyway, he's been the leader for a long time, it seems like. Actually, now's a decent time for me to take another break. I don't know why I have to go to the bathroom so often, but we'll switch back to this and let this play out again while I'm handling my facilities. Does that seem too quiet? No, it's probably fine. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. With the internet dying, I was like, oh well, might as well take the time to, bathroom break. All right. We'll let the rest of the song play out. I don't mind. So you said, Fallout Brotherhood is weird. It basically killed one of the main characters. Yeah. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I think killing a main character like that, as long as it's handled well, it shouldn't like preclude a game from being canon necessarily. Wrath of Ghoul Jesus has struck us down. Ghoul Jesus, oh no. Can't handle that guy. That guy's too powerful. It's apparently not killed as in dead, but rather character story. Ah, I see. Yeah. Oh, is that the one where the first main character shows up and like you can interact with them? Is that what the problem is? Yeah, we're doing some Fallout research. There's a bunch of stuff that we discovered as well. Okay, what else? So we've got Set, right. He's another pre-war ghoul. And he just became a ghoul like slowly by being exposed to Vault 12. They turned the Chosen One into a generic action movie main character with alcoholism. Yeah. I remember that now. And by remember that, I mean I saw like a YouTube video talk about it. I certainly haven't played the first two Fallouts. Though I do have the first one, weirdly enough. Isn't that weird? That I didn't even know? Alright. So. Oh, he worked with the Master. Interesting. He negotiated peace with the super mutants and then started working with the Master. And he was looking out for humans. However, he resents being a pawn in the Master's game no matter how much he hates them. Stuck between a hammer and a hard place. A hammer and a hard place? What? He's prone to go off. He wants to overthrow the super mutants and get rid of them. Okay. He perishes in a retaliatory assault on Necropolis, ordered by the Master after the Vault Dweller kills Harry and his garrison off. Okay. I don't know who Harry is. Interesting. He will also insist that they fix the Necropolis water pump if met after having recovered the water chip. He may also try to take advantage of low intelligence characters. That's really messed up. If Set is still alive after the Master has been taken down, he will reward the player character with extra ammo, energy cells, and various grenades. Oh, wow. Okay. I mean, sure. Oh, he's also in Fallout 2? Set's dialogue here suggests that his verbal repertoire may be the result of insanity, such as him discussing his phrase dirt nap and how he likes to say it. Okay, great. Yeah, it doesn't seem super relevant. Harry is a super mutant. Okay. Very unlikely to be helpful for the discussion. No, Harold is the tree from Fallout 3. They turned down the Chosen One into... Oh, yeah. I read that already. Harry is a mind-numbingly stupid super mutant. He appears as most super mutants do with a large leather strap holding his upper lip in place. Like the other mutants, was dipped in a large vat of toxic FEV. Judging by his overall lack of intelligence, he was probably one of the unlucky humans who already had a high radiation count and lost a portion of their brain mass during the transformation. This is like needlessly mean. Like, why? He was part of a small group of squad of super mutants that the Masters sent to the Necropolis watershed. These mutants were to assume the role of guarding Set and his ghoul minions for the time being. Their orders were to stay dormant until the Master gave the order to attack the ghouls and take the city's water. This would be a strategic move to kill off the remaining ghouls and acquire a steady supply of water to use in the name of the Unity. Harry and his group later move into the Hall of the Dead and slaughter the ghouls after March 25th, 2162. Okay. Yeah, this doesn't really help with the investigation. Typhon is an elderly ghoul in Broken Hills. Okay. Of course, born before the Great War. Typhon grew up as a ghoul. Unlike his father, Typhon grew up as a ghoul. Never knowing any other way of existence made growing into being a ghoul far easier than to him. So we have, finally, someone who became a ghoul in youth and grew up as a ghoul. See, what does this say specifically? I'm Typhon. You ever heard of Set? He used to run the old-time town of Necropolis. I'm his son. Got born before the Ratian hit us, so I grew up mutated. Ain't never been any other way for me. Fantastic. So, ghouls absolutely can age. Absolutely can age. This is Typhon of Fallout 1, right? Oh, no, Fallout 2. How do you spell your name? Typhon? Okay. Typhon. This is Fallout 2. Confirmed aging as a ghoul. So back to the pink group. They can be the original group. Exactly. They can be students or faculty, whatever, that became ghouls because of the bombs falling and aged to some degree thereafter, and then presumably became either inactive or just sustained themselves for a few hundred years, whatever, until you as the Vault Dweller encountered them. Not a big deal to explain that either way. But they also could have easily been a roaming group of ghouls. Yeah. Yeah. We were talking about them a little earlier. Not a lot that was discovered by them, but it doesn't seem like they're contradictory to our established thesis at this point. Okay, as a result, it helped him acclimate to the new condition, developing a good sense of humor, which is evident in his place of dwelling, the old ghoul's home. He has heard of the Gex, and Vault 12 may have one. He claims that other people have stolen to recreate their old environments. Okay. Okay. Not a lot here otherwise. Lenny. Oh, wait, no, this is Coffin Willie. Yeah, we know about Coffin Willie. We're good. Lenny is a ghoul doctor and Harold's assistant. Oh, nice. Also, you kind of, you have Kitty Kingdom. Kitty Kingdom Nuka World? Do I? I don't see it. Kitty Kingdom Nuka World 4 open. I don't see that. I mean, I can go there if that's what you're suggesting that I do. Kitty Kingdom. Presuming that it's relevant for some reason. It's basically a ghoul settlement. Oh, okay. Is this, what's his name? Oswald? Yeah, Oswald. Yeah. I guess I don't have Oswald here, but he is highly relevant. He's in my notes here as someone that we're gonna address. So I wasn't gonna forget about him. But No need to not have it here. We'll deal with that in a second. We were on Lenny first. So Harold's assistant. Um, Short and old for a ghoul, having turned into one at a mature age. So he became mature, and then he became a ghoul, so he's still old. You see an especially short older ghoul. You see Lenny's assistant. You see a short older ghoul. He appears to be preoccupied. Okay. Before the Great War transformed him, he was an accomplished medical doctor with a practice in Bakersfield. When the war came, and his father, William, sought refuge in Vault 12 beneath the city. The vault was designed to malfunction, and the entire Vault Dweller population was turned into ghouls. Lenny used his talents to help people in Necropolis, flying under Seth's radar and avoiding violence. This helped him survive the super mutant attack. Okay. Lenny instantly recognized him as an outsider when he passed by. Lenny almost reached out to stop him as if he could join this quest, but he did not. He lacked the courage to do so. Lenny never forgave himself for this, especially when he learned that the Vault Dweller wiped out the Master's laboratories, destroying the Unity. Before he heard the news, Lenny and his father had just barely survived the super retaliation that killed most of the ghouls in Necropolis. He migrated north until he finally arrived in Gecko, where he settled as a doctor and aide to Harold, helping manage the town's affairs. Sure. Not super relevant. Yeah, no, I think we're good. Lenny usually enters the middle of the night in the line of sight in a fight to cure the Chosen One. Okay. Alright. Lenny does not stutter when in combat. Cassidy will constantly complain about how bad Lenny smells and recommend remedies for his stink. That's very funny. If the Chosen One joins the Slavers Guild in the Den while Lenny is in the company, Lenny will express disgust at the Chosen One, saying that they are a disgrace to the Vault Dweller's memory, and disband. He will also disband the Chosen One's charisma drops below 5 while Lenny is recruited. Wow. Or if he's given too many orders to move or change position, Lenny will complain about the Chosen One being cantankerous and ornery. The former situation is rare, however. I think they mean the latter, but, whatever. Your charisma dropping below 5, I guess, would be pretty rare, so maybe that's what they mean. It's so funny to me that this dude's like, you're giving me too many orders, I'm out. Should the Chosen One be accompanied by Lenny and Marcus at the same time? Marcus will occasionally say things like, nice to have another evolved human in the group, Lenny. Hey, Lenny, you ever been to Broken Hills? Hey, Lenny, let's go get some drinks. That's not exactly what he said, but it's similar in meaning. All right. So yeah, I don't think Lenny helps us very much. I mean, he's an older ghoul that became a ghoul, so you can become a ghoul in old age. That's something. It's not that important, but... become a ghoul after being old as a human. So, we looked at Vault 12 before, and we know what happened to Vault 12. Yo, this ad is wild. They all became ghouls, right? But did everyone live? Did everyone become a ghoul, is what I'm saying? Or did some people die? Is this... Yeah, this is right. This is the right vault. Let's go to Necropolis. Let's see what the Necropolis page says. Is Ghoul City within Bakersfield? Sure. Constructed under the sprawling metropolis. That's very helpful. 1 second. Yeah. Also, ghoulification is an exclusive to humans? Yeah. Yeah. Has a ghoul ever died of old age? Not... I mean, dying of old age isn't a thing at all. Like, no one dies of old age. You don't... you didn't become, 172 and your your cells were like, you're too old now, you die. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. Is like, what does it mean to die of an old age for a ghoul? Like, they haven't gotten to the point where they're like cellular reproduction has like deteriorated where they just like disintegrated into mush or whatever, or like parts of their body continue to fall apart, like at an accelerated rate where they couldn't like heal their body anymore. We've not heard of anything approaching that. No. So, I mean, it's possible that they could die of old age, but I certainly don't know of any that would. And that's also like, the nuance of like what even old age death is. There's like supposedly part of your gene sequence, like when your cells reproduce, like part of your genes are just uh basically redundant ends, and those like get cut off over time, like as your genetic material degrades over time. So it is an open question if ghouls can undergo that same pain, but it also probably isn't highly relevant. There are definitely pre-war ghouls, that is for sure. So, I mean, it's one of those things where, like, even if they do die of old age, it'll happen so much longer after humans would have died of old age. Like, they ostensibly live forever. You know what I mean? Like, who cares? Kind of. They're like elves, man. Like, do elves die of old age? Maybe thousands of years from now. uh, but yeah, I haven't encountered one that died of old age yet. Not yet. Not yet. Maybe I should make the font a little smaller because I think you guys can see. Oh, actually, I should. Okay, we should make this just a little bit smaller so you can see a little bit more of it. Let's go 18. Yeah. Okay. That'll be fine. Okay. Um, their vault had been sealed in desperation. They looked to the local shelter, forcing their way inside. Wrestling control from the original overseer, fled. For the next 73 years, Set would lead the city unmolested by outside parties. Was to study the effects of radiation on the residents. To ensure this, Volt designed the vault door not to close. The ghouls were the result. The implication from this, it doesn't say it explicitly, but the implication is that everyone was turned into a ghoul, which is fascinating. The ghoul population is divided into three groups: the surface dwellers, glowing ones, and the so-called underground ghouls. Were by far the most peaceful Necropolis' residents and were much more tolerant of outsiders than either of the other groups. Fascinating. Okay. The Vault Dweller must not enter the city after March 25th, as doing so will trigger a Unity invasion. Kane, one of the playable characters of Fallout Brotherhood of Steel, is a ghoul from Necropolis. Yeah, sure is. You learned about him a little earlier. Okay, so I think that is worth adding here. So this is a conclusion that I came to, as it seems like some people try to become ghouls and fails, but it's perhaps not that they couldn't become a ghoul. It's perhaps they simply aren't very good at it. No, you're good, Taki. Don't worry about it. We have some people who are definitely immune to radiation and thus seem to be immune to ghoulification, but with we'll go here. the residents of Necropolis all, we'll add a question mark, became ghouls via Vault Tech, which is truly remarkable if some people just aren't genetically predisposed to becoming ghouls. It does. They're not describing it as if there's like there was a mass death or whatever, like a mass radiation poisoning. It seems like the people just all ended up becoming ghouls. All right, so Garrett, bodyguard, sure. He's a bodyguard. Yep, great. What if the bombs had a specific component which causes ghoulification upon high exposure, but it isn't present in all sorts of rads? That would be fine, except we know people who have become ghouls without being exposed to the bombs specifically. So we have Hancock, who wasn't exposed to any of the bombs. We have, I think there's one more. So Moira Brown obviously was exposed to the bombs. Searchlight also arguably was exposed to the bombs, as were the marked men. Hancock. Oh, and Eddie Winters is the other one. Now, both Hancock and Eddie Winters did kind of go through the same kind of treatment, sort of. Well, Hancock was a one-time dealie. He took the dose and then he became a ghoul, whereas Eddie Winters was like almost like, you know, exposure therapy, became a ghoul. And you could say that the same bomb component that makes ghouls applies there. That's totally possible. But I don't know if that's a meaningful distinction, to say that the bombs specifically tried to make, ostensibly is what you're saying, that the bombs were explicitly trying to make ghouls, because the bombs were used so widely that there isn't necessarily a source of rads that is meaningfully devoid of the bombs themselves. Like, does that make sense what I'm saying? Like, is there a source of rads that you can say isn't contaminated by the bombs of the war? Because it seems to me like every source of rads ultimately kind of is that, unless you want to talk about like just the Gek in particular, right? Because those things in Fallout 3 at least, right, Vault 87 or whatever, it has a lot of rads, but like the Gek isn't the source of the rads, is it? I meant that the world ran on nuclear power. I mean, exploding cars give off radiation. They certainly do. They certainly do. I don't know. I hear what you're saying. There definitely are rads that are distinct from the bombs, but the bomb radiation is so pervasive. I don't know how you could make the distinction. You know what I mean? Does that make what I'm saying? If you were in the Fallout universe and you were trying to test for that, you would need to like be at CIT or something. You would need to be somewhere that is untouched by the bombs and bring in like a car or whatever in order to even test for that, because the radiation of the wasteland is like somewhat necessarily distributed kind of everywhere, right? Like the Enclave was saying that even people who aren't like even presenting as ghouls in any capacity, that they were corrupted by the radiation, right? Like, unless you are a specifically a vault dweller, like you are necessarily corrupted by it. So that's why I'm like, that is definitely worth considering, but I don't know how the game would communicate to us that it was specifically the bombs. Does that make sense? Unless they like kind of white lined it for us. They were like, hey, the bombs are the things that are causing ghouls, not just any generic radiation. Like, you won't become a ghoul from microwaves or from a car. it had to be the bomb radiation, which is totally possible. Don't get me wrong. It's just I don't know how we're gonna find where we're gonna look to see something like that. Dr. Barrows of the Chop Shop. He's the informal mayor of Underworld and a proprietor of the Chop Shop, as well as the one of the few doctors in the Wasteland trying to gain a scientific understanding of ghoulification. He claims to be the foremost authority on the ghoul condition and has managed to contain a part of the glowing ones named Meat and Ethel in an observation cell. Oh, I said part. It's a pair. I mean, Vegas might be the closest area for an experiment like this due to having a lower hit rate than other areas. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, you're not wrong. New Vegas is a pretty good spot for that to happen. Specifically, like the strip or what have you. But even then, like all the people in the strip are all from outside of the strip except for House himself. So, like, none of that, or a lot of that doesn't necessarily help. I mean, I guess it depends how far they roamed from. Because if they're ostensibly Freeside relevant residents, right? Day one Freeside, then I imagine their genetics would actually be pretty unmolested, except for from like crossbreeding type things. The families plus kings used to be the tribes. Yeah, exactly, exactly. But like, how far did the tribes roam from, for example? Because if they could have like strictly been in the strip literally the entire time. But I don't think the king. I don't know how long the kings have been there, but I don't think they've been there for very long. I thought the kings started to show up as a result of House waking up, which is like a few years before the game starts. You know what I mean? Like they're not like literally day one type, like the vault in the strip. Like those people obviously have been there the entire time. But I don't know about any of the other tribes having such a historical presence in and around Vegas specifically. But yeah. There's definitely ways that you could test it. But you would really need to like have a good sampling to begin with. The kings were scavengers? Yeah, at some point, yeah, for sure. Uh so he's got these glowing ones. He and his assistant, Nurse Graves, are busily but discreetly studying a way to slow the advancement of the ghoul condition and maybe someday reverse it. Whenever he is not tending to his patients, he runs experiments on samples gathered from human volunteers, skin, hair, and occasionally organs, to determine what ghoulification is and whether it can be rectified. What exactly is the doctor trying to do? You can tell me. He's trying to come up with a cure, a way to stop the human ghoul transition, perhaps even one day to reverse it. Uh, Dr. Barrows, at your service. What brings you to the chop shop? Come to lend me a hand, I hope. I can always use fresh human samples. You haven't heard? I'm the foremost authority on ghoul evolution. I want to know what makes us tick. Something doomed us to this rotting form, and I aim to discover what it is. So I need samples of human skin, organs, and other parts to make the experiments valid. Okay. He enjoys dark humor greatly and is one of the few ways to maintain composure in a taxing line of work. Recently, some ghoul scavengers brought a badly injured Riley into his shop. After finding her bleeding to death near the entrance to the city, she was wounded in a prolonged battle with super mutants, multiple lacerations, contusions, broken legs, some internal bleeding, and blunt force trauma, and has remained in a coma since her arrival. Barrows is unwilling to wake her up because he wants to allow her body to heal and because of the potential for damage to her brain if she is woken up early. However, he can be convinced otherwise. Uh, I don't know why waking up early would cause damage to her brain. Okay, you checked on the families and they were all outside tribes? Okay, fair enough. Uh, Barrows was one of several medical specialists contacted by the railroad to conduct facial surgery on an escaped android. Sorry, I saw the railroad in a Fallout 3 article and I was like, huh? He dismissed it as a hoax owing to his experience with appearances and gullibility. The fact that he considers medicine to be an important art and wasting it on cosmetic modifications is improper certainly doesn't help, or didn't help. When he tends to crack jokes, he is devoted to his art and will heal anyone who requires attention, even if his patient is a super mutant. However, he will still require payment to cover his expenses. Okay. Barrows remains in his game files of Fallout New Vegas. Oh, what really? And he can still cure addictions and heal the player character. However, the quest option to wake Riley is not present since the quest and Riley are not in the game files. Okay. Something doomed us. Okay. Is Riley a person that I can click on? Riley's Rangers? Fall 3, sure. Um. One must either convince Dr. Barrows to wake her with speech 78 or do so himself, medicine 60. Riley explains that she was wounded by super mutants. Uh-huh. I want to know what the result of Riley's awakening is. Is she good? Oh my goodness. I feel like you're staring into my soul, Riley. Are you good? Uh, Riley, who was 30 and 2277. That's interesting. Okay. After being revived, Riley knows something has gone wrong and urges the Lone Wanderer to investigate the whereabouts of her mercs somewhere in the Vernon Square area. After rescuing her mercs from the Statesman Hotel, the Lone Wanderer will be asked to take a geomapper module and help her map out the DC area. Okay. If the bottom speech options are chosen when talking to her, Riley gets mad and will never talk to the Lone Wanderer again. Depending on how she is woken up, Riley's legs are crippled and can be seen limping, and the medicine skill is used to wake her up. However, she will look like normal if Dr. Barrow's speech is used. Oh. Interesting. That's why there were so many mutants in the area. She states that Brick thinks that there is something in the area that they're looking for. As later discovered, they are searching for human abductors to expose to the FEV, which they use to make more super mutants, naturally. Yeah, none of this is super relevant. So, Barrows was trying to understand, but it seems like he didn't really make very much advancements. Like he didn't actually uncover anything specifically about the anti-ghoulification process or the ghoulification process in general. So I guess there's like no new notes ultimately. Roy Phillips is a ghoul living in the Warrington tunnels. Why do I have Roy here? Oh, he's a pre-war ghoul. Okay. Oh, right. This is the Alistair Tenpenny guy. As an ex-cop with no nonsense, black and white worldview that has carried over to his new life as a ghoul, he has come to terms with his ghoulhood and yet demands that humans treat ghouls with respect. He has no patience for bigots. Bessie Lynn is his ghoul friend, like his girlfriend, but ghoul friend. Yeah, ghoul friend. A timid and nervous woman. Okay. As she is allowed into Tenpenny Tower, she appears to be unaware of what Roy Phillips did to the previous inhabitants, and subsequently, the Lone Wanderer may inform her of her fates. If the Lone Wanderer has not yet completed the Tenpenny Tower quest, Bessie can be found in the living quarters of Warrington Station. Okay. Doesn't seem super relevant. He's just a cop. A pre-war cop even, which is interesting. Even by asking Roy about the human residents, then finding the bodies in the storage room, then asking Roy about the killings, karma is still lost if he's killed? Yeah, but you gotta understand that the people of Tenpenny Tower are not good people. Well, maybe not the people. The people staying there might be fine, but the people who run it definitely aren't good people. Okay. If you kill him the very first time you see him at Tenpenny Tower, the guards at Tenpenny's entrance will still ask you to kill him, even if you pay for that. That's very funny. If Farrell's ghouls follow you back into Roy's room, he and his followers will turn hostile, thereby allowing you to kill them with no loss in karma. Wow. Okay, we have Kitty Kingdom here. Let's do the glowing one first, because I know Kitty Kingdom is going to be relevant. As is these two. Oh, yes, and Desmond Lockhart. I mentioned Eddie Winters, but also Desmond Lockhart is a self-turned ghoul. Pre-war self-turned ghoul. In the ghoul settlement of Necropolis, there are some glowing ones, sure. They're former humans who absorbed enough radiation that they become luminescent. They're rarely feral and usually completely sane. You know, they're just vibing. Okay. So we've done Hank and Typhon. Actually, did we speak to Hank? We might not have spoken to Hank, or spoken. We might not have read his article. Is there anything to say about this guy? No. Chosen One can refine the uranium he found in the mine? Really? The ghouls refine it one day. If the Chosen One wants extra money, he will drop reputation by 5 points at the first time. If he refuses extra money, he will receive 5 reputation points every refining and raise karma by 15 and reputation by 5 at the first time. Oh. Interesting. The Chosen One can receive infinite money after the ghouls refine the uranium. Huh. Okay. Alright, so Hank from Fallout 2. He's a glowing one. In charge of maintaining the reactor and ensuring it works properly, Hank is approachable and courteous for a wastelander. He's quite talented in technical matters, but leaves major repairs. Okay. Yeah, no. We're good. He's just Hank. What is Woody supposed to do for us? He's in the den. Percy's worried about him. Discover Woody in the Great Anania's coffin in the den. Okay. Percy gives us the quest. Okay. Find Woody. Yeah. If the Chosen One rescues Woody or has taken the quest to rescue him, Percy will sell goods at 50% discount. Wow. Eventually allowing back and forth trades to pick his entire inventory clean except for a single coin. Wow. What a good guy. So this is a side quest. There's a mummy. Oh, yes, this is the mummification guy. So Woody was on display as a mummy for a while. At the den west side, go to the guy that supposedly has an ancient Egyptian mummy, which is south in the haunted house. Talk to him and pay $25. $25? What kind of Fallout game is this? One will recognize that the mummy is in fact a ghoul wrapped in toilet paper. Wake up Woody and tell him to run. Yeah. So this, if you will, is our evidence of dormancy and hibernation applying to a ghoul outside of Billy. We have Woody. It's another a point of evidence. Woody the mummy on display for weeks. Until you wake him. Sure. It doesn't say for weeks, but here, but it is implied other places. Certainly he's there for longer than you would expect him to be able to live. Unless he were a ghoul and had, you know, some kind of enhanced living capabilities. All right, the great Ananias is one of the inhabitants. Mustachioed man, he's self-proclaimed a magician, sure. He's got a genuine mummy. It's a comatose ghoul. Okay. Doesn't seem that relevant. Yeah, nothing new, really. So we're finished with Woody. This school leader, I kind of doubt that there's anything. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so Kitty Kingdom. This place is highly relevant because we have Oswald Oppenheimer. Oswald? Yeah, Oswald. Yeah. All right, so one of the two original park areas in Nuka World, Kitty Kingdom opened to the public in 2050, and the area was an instant hit with visiting children and continued to grow and develop as the park expanded. Okay, great. Magician Oswald the Outrageous was the headliner in the area, and the tickets to his spectacular shows selling out a few hours of the park's opening each day. Still, the Ferris wheel was a timeless classic where visitors were enjoyed great. Unlike most of the surviving settlements, Kitty Kingdom was first conceived at a party for Rachel Watkins, who got a job in the park as Princess Cherry, agreeing to occupy the zone if in the Sino-American War turned especially sour. Instead of sealing the deal with a handshake, the employees passed a round of shots in less than a year. Okay. Oswald and Rachel had adequately stocked the employee tunnels beneath the area with preserved food and seeds, water and from the food pump systems, tools, and lumber. Michael Sykes was assigned to collect weapons on October 23rd. Bombs dropped. They were not able to talk scent in all the area's visitors, but did receive a few among the stampede. Okay. 1 week later, the supervisors were already written off him as dead. Mitchell finally appeared in a semi-truck loaded with guns, explosives, food, and medicine, chemicals, and more. He reported that he had simply been busy gathering the rest of what the employees would need to fortify the kitty garden. Okay, great. So there's some stuff happening pre-war and post-war. The survivors decided to leave the employee tunnels, divided the kingdom. Sure. It was like anything they'd seen, like a tornado with green lightning arcing through the sky. Wow. Oh, the rad storm. I see. They all took shelter when they could. Sure. And everyone experienced radiation poisoning for weeks. Many died, while those who lived began mutating into ghouls. So yeah, that's much more in line with what I expected to happen at Necropolis, but apparently didn't. Apparently everyone at Necropolis lived. Apparently. But that's just, me kind of reading between the lines a little bit. But only ever so slightly. I mean, right here they obviously mentioned explicitly that many died. Where I wouldn't expect it to like go without saying that those people would die. So that's kind of why I'm confused as to why Necropolis appears that way. So we have Oswald Oppenheimer. We'll move him up. Oh, actually, don't really need to move him that far up, but we'll go here. And we have many died instead of being ghoulified by the Radstorm. To be clear, also we have Flash Ghoulification, which is this. Procedural low-level exposure. There's a different kind of this. We could say I guess this one. Rad Storm with Oswald and Co. Because it's pretty different from like the generic radiation that Raoul, for example, went through. So I feel like it's worth noting. After the storm passed, the survivors finished establishing the defenses, and the situation began to slightly improve. Necropolis has on October 23rd, 2077, the populace of Bakersfield learned that the other vaults had been sealed. In desperation, they took to their local shelter, forcing their way to protect themselves from their families. The door worked as designed. The radiation flooded in. Those who survived suffered from ghoulification. Oh, those who survived. I see. So at least some died. It wasn't a 100% turn rate. Yeah, that's fair. I read that paragraph or whatever so many times, and like it just didn't sink in until just now. Those who survived suffer from ghoulification. So yeah, it's not implied that everyone survived. It does sound like a lot did, but I guess that's just semantics at that point. Not a big deal. Okay. Survivors. The group that attacked was not large, nor were they as well armed as those defending the Kitty Kingdom, but were exceedingly desperate and fought ferociously. Within the first few months after the radiation storms began, 23 people had died. The rest had completed their mutation into ghouls. 1 year after the Great War, an alarm woke the refugees in the middle of the night. The water intake pipes were drawing in glowing radioactive water from outside. They had all heard the rumors about Nuka World having a reactor in the bottling plant and suspected that it was to support the production of the Nuka-Cola Quantum. Their assumptions were correct, but the issue was moot at this point, as they were immune to radiation in their new ghoul forms. Then in 2083, they split, some moving out of the vault. Yeah. You're talking about Necropolis solely. Years later, the survivors were attacked by a huge mob. Sure. The community was immune to radiation, but the attackers were probably not. She ran into the tunnels and turned on the park sprayers. In minutes, the attack was over. When her ex-boyfriend, Evan Barnes, heard it was she who saved the day, he kissed her until she couldn't see straight. Great. There's a little bit of like romantic melodrama going on in the middle of there. This strategy can continue for decades. Groups continued to investigate the park from time to time, but they were usually scared away by the ghouls in their clown makeup and the radioactive sprayers. So that's another pretty worthwhile point. Whenever they use the radioactive sprayers, people usually die rather than becoming ghouls. It's pretty common that radiation just like kills people rather than making them ghouls, but notable regardless. Same with the Rad Storm. It's interesting that these people happen to become ghouls for the most part, rather than just like straight up dying. Uh, After over 100 years, something the survivors became calling the affliction started sweeping through the community. They made them feral, of course. Uh, Rachel to devise a cure. So Rachel's the lady then. Add that to the notes. This is probably Rachel. I didn't know what her name was. However, despite trying everything every remedy she knew of, she was unable to treat the condition. The survivors soon recognized the signs of the affliction. Some were naturally afraid they were going to become feral beasts, needing to be locked away for others' protections. Some even suggested putting the afflicted out of their misery, but the notion was rejected almost immediately. The community had become a family and determined to find a cure against the odds. After surviving radiation storms, starvation, and attacks for over 100 years, it was the affliction that ultimately destroyed the settlement. Rachel's childhood friend Fran would eventually succumb to the affliction, leaving Rachel distraught and hating her home. However, the affliction soon proved its worth. A large attack on the park pushed the community back to the castle gate, but when they were about to retreat into the theater, feral ghouls emerged and fought the invaders back. The raid prompted Oswald, now a glowing one, to practice some of his newfound magical talents. When Dean Becker was struck by a stray bullet, fearing the loss of another member of the community, Oswald snapped, emitting a wave of energy that caused Dean to start breathing again. Oswald's mutation had allowed him to heal his comrades, giving hope it may be used to cure the affliction. However, a new gang of raiders with the Overboss showed up. It was around this time that Rachel suggested that either she or Oswald leave the refuge in order to search for a cure. Oswald was hesitant at first, unsure as to whether the community could survive a leader's departure, but recognized his powers were unable to cure the disease, and shortly after, Rachel leaves, but doesn't go very well. Over a year, the castle walls crumbling, and with no survivors except for Oswald and his afflicted comrades, unaware that the affliction had taken Rachel as well when she reached out to the town of Bradberton. Oswald continued watching over the area for 2 centuries, keeping scavengers and raiders out with a dense radioactive fog and shambling painted ferals. All right. So, yeah, not a lot to say about all of this. It is possible to deactivate the sprayers in the employee tunnels, but if Oswald the Outrageous is still in the area, he will reactivate them after the player character leaves the tunnels. That's funny. Okay. So we got some good information. With regards to Rachel specifically, I think it's actually ambiguous that she became feral. When you encounter her in the game, she isn't feral. She is dead. I don't know where this page is. Maybe it'll be on Oswald's page. That's fine. We'll look at that in a second. All right. On to Desmond. So Desmond is another pre-war ghoul. The thing about him is that he is very much a self-made pre-war ghoul, similar to Eddie Winters, but more Illuminati oriented, if anything. So the 250-year-old Desmond Lockhart was a player in the international intelligence at the highest levels before the bombs dropped. He became a ghoul before the war to attain immortality. His motives and obsessions. We'll open this too. I doubt that there's anything else. Before the game, the bombs dropped, Desmond was a player in the international. Desmond and those he would consider his peers knew for some time that the Great War was inevitable. Desmond himself could have been directly involved in the actions leading up to the nuclear exchange, facing the nuclear holocaust. Global leaders and members of the intelligence community made their personal bids for the survival of the New World. FEV, cryogenic stasis, AI consciousness, even in Desmond's case, controlled exposure to normally lethal doses of radiation were among the wildly risky and experimental techniques pursued in the name of survival in a world without modern infrastructure. Old rivalries and vendettas were not forgotten in the ashes of nuclear war. Those who managed to survive quickly set about doing what the bombs had not, wiping out any remnants of the old world that may be a threat to personal and political agendas. Now, even so long after they should have died naturally, these scattered figures seek power and jealously guard their secrets. Desmond's mission has long since ceased to be political or ideological. He knew, as experience has proven tenfold, that as long as any of his colleagues lived, he would be hunted. His purpose is simple: kill or be killed. Alright, fair enough. His motives and obsessions have been scarcely affected by the apocalyptic devastation of the planet. He and those he would consider his peers knew for some time that Great War was inevitable, sure. I think that's really all I need to know. Oh, wait. Genetic cloning. Interesting. Okay. He became a ghoul. Old rivalries. Those who managed to survive quickly set about doing what the bombs had not. And political agendas and what they refer to as the Great Game. I see. Not even so long after they all should have died naturally, these scattered figures seek power and jealousy. I really like the idea of this. I'm surprised that they didn't continue this more in like other places. Maybe a bit rude and foul-mouthed. He did not live this long by making friends. He's got 2 dogs, which is great. You know you can trust him because he's got dogs. Carrying out the will of the Transcendent One. The tribals native to the region have led an assault on the mansion. Yeah, that doesn't really matter. So we defend Calvert Mansion. Assist the Lone Wanderer somehow get to the tribals. Demands the Lone Wanderer find a way into tribal society. Yeah. During a meeting of the minds, the Lone Wanderer must decide between killing Desmond or Calvert. It's not even much of a choice because Desmond, if you kill Calvert, or if you kill Desmond, Calvert will try to kill you, so you kill Calvert. If you kill Calvert, I'm pretty sure Desmond just like let you live. Some of his dialogue hints at Desmond being British, sure. His general accent and use of a soft A when pronouncing words such as bastard and fast rather than fast, I guess. Sure. He has this hints of an American accent as well, interestingly enough. And then, when asking about Nadine, he would use the term bird. Yeah, sure. He owns 2 dogs. Oh, great. If kept alive, Desmond disappears from the game after exiting the underground lab. Upon completion, if spoken to beforehand, he will mention traveling north to pursue his next rival, another player in the Great Game. Okay, great. Together with Snowflake, Desmond is the only ghoul in Fallout 3 with a full head of styled hair, and the only ghoul besides Raoul and Grex with facial hair. There is another ghoul named Griffin in the Broken Steel add-on who appears to have hair, but it is actually wearing a wig. Okay, so Snowflake and Griffin may have stories. Even though Desmond is rude, he appears to be the good karma choice for the Meeting of the Minds quest, since he drops an ear if killed by the Lone Wanderer for the Contract Killer perk. However, karma is not lost for killing him. Every time Desmond is knocked out before the end of a quest, a Meeting of the Minds, his body spawns an ear, which can be pickpocketed from him. Gross. You can pickpocket his ear from him multiple times. Despite the Lone Wanderer helping Desmond out by doing his dirty work, Desmond stays rude to them even if they decide to help him out all the way. He will say quietly, "It pains me to say it, but thank you," if one walks near him after killing Calvert. When explaining where Calvert is hiding, he says "right here," even though his dialogue text says "the lighthouse," referring to the Point Lookout lighthouse, which is virtually right there. All right. So yeah, not a lot to say about any of this stuff. We have Oswald the Outrageous. Oh, Desmond is another person. who's definitely worth uh, adding to this list. What's his name? Desmond Lockhart. Okay. He's another procedural, presumably. Basically, is identical to Eddie Winters, even. Desmond Lockhart. Billionaire who pre-war procedure ghoulified. All right, great. So we got another guy, another check on the list. Doesn't seem like there's much to say about Oswald himself, because despite the fact that he has the ability to heal and revive nearby feral ghouls, he's otherwise unremarkable. I think I'm gonna add that to the Psyker thing. Oswald the Outrageous can heal and revive feral ghouls. I don't think that's really a Psyker thing, but you know, it's Psyker adjacent. All right. One of the original survivors of the band of employees. Sure. One by one, the survivors began turning feral. He's in wait with Rachel. He hates the Raider clans, naturally. If Oswald is left alive at the end of the quest and goes in search of a cure, Red Eye will comment on Nuka World radio that the overboss found the one ghoul left with half a brain and gave him a job. Okay. It is possible to get 2 of Oswald's top hat by choosing a dialogue version that results in Oswald becoming peaceful. After you receive the sword and hat, immediately attack. Oswald will then go through his usual fight mechanics. Once he is dead, you can loot his corpse for another for his tuxedo and a duplicate hat. Oswald cannot be pickpocketed. Interesting. He uses smoke bombs and tricks he got from his career as a magician to seemingly appear and disappear at will. So it's more like a magician thing than a Psyker thing. He also used this ability to extensively when fighting the sole survivor during a magical kingdom on the roof of King Kola's castle, teleporting away when in near death only to reappear elsewhere with full health. He'll also do this several times before he can be finally killed. Oswald also has he's also unique in that he's the only ghoul in the Kitty Kingdom community to retain his sanity. Sure. He is the 6th sapient glowing one to appear in the entire Fallout franchise. Great. He also offers a smaller amount of radiation. Oh. Okay, cool. Not terribly prevalent or relevant, I suppose. We read all of this. They became radiated through a storm, which is definitely notable and different. Griffin, right. This is the other guy with hair in Fallout 3. He's a resident of Underworld, and he's a con man. Apparently doesn't have a wig? Oh, no. Griffin has a wig. Snowflake doesn't have a wig. We'll start with Snowflake. He's a stylist. Okay. Previously lived in Rivet City, but was kicked out a few years ago after he began to transform into a ghoul. Although his talent for hairdressing made for a suitable job in Rivet City, that is not the case in his new home, Underworld, where the large community of ghouls either don't want or don't need haircuts due to their condition. He's aware of the irony of a ghoul running a barbershop, referring to it as making as much sense as a screen door on a submarine. He also has taken a jet habit, huh? He's delighted at the possibility to perform a haircut on a full head of human hair and will enthusiastically do so for free if given the opportunity. He will work with the player character's hair for free, as he is happy about the fact that he will have a full head of hair to work with. Snowflake has a full head of hair himself and is the first ghoul in Fallout 3 to have styled hair, the other being Desmond, who's DLC. Okay. Snowflake insists he is a stylist and not a barber. This is nearly the opposite of Butch from Vault 101, who insists that he is a barber and not a hairdresser. That's pretty good. There is a piece of presumably human gut under Snowflake's table and some blood nearby, which leads to the thoughts as to what else he could cut aside from hair. In dialogue, he mentions that half a ghoul's haircut is cutting off dead skin, and this may be what accumulates on the floor between cuts, rather than hair as is a normal barbershop. That is terrifying and revolting. Okay. So he's a stylist, not a barber. Got it. Um, Sorry about the revolving door of my connection. Alright, so he's formerly of Rivet City. We don't know why he left, other than because he became a ghoul. How does a ghoul end up as a barber? I prefer stylist myself, but whatever works for you. Everyone has a gift, you know? I used to live in Rivet City. Folks there had enough money for me to do okay. But after I changed, no one would let me touch them. I ended up here, of course. A ghoul with a barbershop makes about as much sense. Okay. So, that's fine. We don't know why he became a ghoul, except obviously like some level of radiation. But it's interesting that he was in Rivet City and became irradiated enough to end up here, but I don't expect that I can investigate this and know the answer to that. Is there like a barber shop that has like no, or I guess hair, because he could be considered a stylist. Okay, fine. I didn't think so. There might be some environmental storytelling in Rivet City that shows you where he was. But, you know, it's fine. Wow, that's a long quote from him. Should we read it? Alright, so this is Griffin. All right. But if you start blabbering, I've got some buddies with itching trigger fingers. So I've got this little operation Aquapura and replacing it with regular crap. It's not like it'll hurt us ghouls. The Aquapura I'm starting to sell back to humans later. You know, raiders, outcasts, etc. The guys the Brotherhood doesn't share with. I'm not a bad guy. I'm just trying to help. The Brotherhood needs me. My caps mean water for the wasteland. Just ask Bigsley on Project Purity. Griffin is an entrepreneur of dubious morals. No kidding. The scheme revolves around purchasing Aquapura and stashing it away to sell it later to factions that do not get supplied with it by the Brotherhood, such as raiders, slavers, and Brotherhood outcasts, and others. To make double the profit, he fills the Aquapura bottles with irradiated water and sells it to ghouls in Underworld, while claiming that it reverses the ghoul condition. A claim that is bolstered by the fact that he is looking pretty healthy for a ghoul. He's wearing a wig, which he found in the Museum Authority stockroom. Griffin is found on a stage of the Museum of History lobby, presenting his miracle elixir. He states that his elixir can cure halitosis and skin flaking, as well as boosting the reinvigorating hair growth and even prevent bullying, among other extraordinary effects. Muscles atrophying, getting picked on by bullies? Well, fear the dark alleys no longer, friends. Preventing bullying is very, very funny. The player character is able to blackmail Griffin, allowing them to return once a week for their share of the cut, or to be paid in full for the science immediately. Griffin can be killed by an angry mob if the player character chooses certain paths in the amazing Aqua Cura quest. If he somehow manages to defeat the mob, he will exit out the museum front door and will permanently disappear from the game. If one wears a wig, a special dialogue option about matching haircuts can be chosen, in which Griffin tries to write it off as a coincidence. Although the world model of Aquapura is the same as dirty water, he is holding a bottle of purified water as he talks on the stage. Interesting. When he is attacked by the mob, he may run into the museum's lower halls, which are infested with feral ghouls. Even though he's a ghoul himself, he will still be attacked. It's the wig, man. They know. Or they don't know. They can't tell. He has hair. All right. So not much worth saying for Griffin. Cloning is another way that Desmond's cohorts uh, continued living past the war. So I'm interested in how this manifests. At least two of the Vault techs were equipped with cloning technology, Vault 8 and 108. Cloning was extensively used at the Big MT scientists, naturally, specifically those focused on botanical research, and the Nuka-Cola Corporation would also operate a cloning facility hidden under the Nuka World theme park. Okay. Oh yeah, Salient Green was cloning. Yo, thanks for the follow. Rah rah. Yeah. Nailed it. Sorry, I had to commit to that bit. It was a little bit of a mental thing for a second. Had a mental block there. Vault City has therapeutic cloning, reproductive cloning. Where in Vault 108 there was a grand cloning experiment undertaken by the Vault dwellers. The scientists created a series of 54 clones, but imperfections in the process resulted in the clones becoming progressively more insane and violent. Okay, I've been in Vault 108 then. The clones were left to fend for themselves in the vault, with the sole exception of Gary 23, who was abducted by Defender Moral for the outcast evacuation efforts for the Virtual Strategic Solutions Facility. None of these seem to reflect. I'm only aware of the two, I guess 3 Desmond appropriate guys, Desmond peer groups. It's Lord Calvert, Desmond Lockhart himself, and apparently Desmond goes north to fight some other dude. But, we don't really ever hear about that. So we have some pre-war ghouls. There's Desmond, obviously. Eddie Winters, who we're going to read about. Peter, the control subject, In February 2077, a scientist in Boston willingly underwent radiation exposure in hopes of developing a radiation treatment, serum sample 42BA7, devised by Dr. Roberts. In accordance with the directions of her experiment, Peters was to absorb 7 sieverts, approximately 600 rads, and then self-administer the serum. However, as she was in the trial's control group, the serum was a placebo, and her request to leave the experiment was either denied or ignored. She began to record a farewell message to her parents, but quickly succumbed to the radiation. She could be heard begging Dr. Roberts to deliver the holotape to her parents. These holotapes can be found throughout an abandoned house, which contains little else of note except for the feral glowing one imprisoned in a locked closet on the 3rd floor. Okay. There's also the Dunwich ritual. 6 employees of Dunwich Boars mined and were arranged in a semicircle in a strange religious chamber. A man stood in a pulpit opposite them and spoke while holding a knife, right? The miners were transformed into feral ghouls who inhabited the chamber until disturbed by the sole survivor. True, those are ghouls. And they are also named, so they're 1-to-1. And there was once fine architecture in the chamber, but in modern times it lies in utter ruin. Further, a large shaft has been dug into the middle of the room. The shaft exposes the eye of a massive buried statue. An altar was constructed at the bottom of the shaft where Krem's tooth is displayed between 2 vertically oriented mini nukes. All right, Taki, I appreciate you for being here. Sorry for being disconnecting constantly and not seeing your stuff until just now, but you know how it is. All right. So, very important pre-war additions. The Dunwich ritual. With the I'm gonna call it the Kremva's tooth. I don't know that it's literally the tooth used during the ritual. Around 5? Okay, so we'll say 4. 4 feral ghouls from 4 feral ghouls converted from people people converted. 4 cultists converted into ghouls. So yeah, we had the miners were transformed into feral ghouls who inhabited the chamber until disturbed by the sole survivor, and there are 4 feral ghouls there that are named the project managers of stations 1 through 4, the last of whom conspired with Dunwich management to entrap the others. Yeah. Very interesting. We got some Robco stuff, naturally. In the Commonwealth, there was a hidden robotics research facility which was operated by General Atomics International and the U.S. Army Robotics Division, underneath Robco Sales and Service Center. Before the Great War, transhumanist medical experiments were performed on prisoners of this facility for the production and development of robo-brains. The facility was under draconian security measures. Protocols were in place relating to the destroying of evidence on short notice, and workers disappeared frequently. In a brig behind 21 mechanically sealed doors and multiple security checkpoints, feral ghouls can be found dead, dormant, or standing in locked jail cells. The ceilings of their cells are glass. In the observation room above, data on the prisoners can be found on a terminal. Several of the dead feral ghouls are strapped to gurneys, linked into tracks in the floor which lead to the laboratories and incinerator. There is a row of decontamination arches and a mandatory checkpoint along this track. Outside of the cells, human remains can be found distinct from the ghoul remains, which generally remain restrained or imprisoned. In a small room, externally demarcated as RoboBrain R&D, unmoving feral ghouls can be seen suspended in a tank. X-rays of death claws are displayed in the same room. So fascinating. Okay, so we have more pre-war ghouls as well. We'll call these, as this header says, the Robco experiments. They could have been generated the same way as some of the other ghouls, but they're create feral ghouls. They seem fairly distinct in that they're certainly pre-war. There's an observation room and also incinerators. Human remains can be found distinct from the ghouls. And the ghouls are often restrained or imprisoned. Restrain, observe, and incinerate. There we go. And this is Fallout 4, right? Yeah, in the Commonwealth, yeah. That's the Mechanist Slayer? Really? Huh. I think I did the Mechanist stuff. Spooky. Alright. So that's all the pre-war ghouls, right? Yeah, we have Robco, Dunwich, Peters, Eddie Winter, and Desmond Locker. So Peters is the control subject who did not get a serum sample, but instead just became a ghoul, ostensibly. Another notable ghoul, not significant. Holotapes or their family. Who is Dr. Roberts? Do we know? Outside of that one experiment, did they do anything else? No. Okay. So we did Desmond. So that just leaves Eddie Winter. Well, we got some more stuff after this. We got, as you can see right here, we have these guys. It's worth looking at Harold, the Master, and stuff like them. This is the Nick Valentine thing, though. So let's see what Eddie Winter has to contribute to the conversation about ghoulification. Notorious criminal. Yeah. During the investigations, crimes were revealed. Sure. Closed the case against Winter. This was due to Winter's deal with bad TFL to incriminate his associates. Okay. His cooperation with the district attorney granted him immunity from prosecution to ensure he would survive the prospect of nuclear devastation shortly before the Great War. Eddie Winters willingly became a ghoul through a radiation experiment to obtain eternal life. It's even postulated that this made him one of, if not the first subject of ghoulification in history. He's then entered a secure bunker he'd secretly had built and remained there for 210 years. 2287, his choice of life as a criminal eventually caught up to him when the synth Nick Valentine, guided by the memories of his pre-war counterpart, grudge against the crime boss, figured out the code and broke into his secret vault, where he personally ended Winter's second reign of terror before it could even begin. Great. An image of Eddie Winter before he became a ghoul can be seen in the old copy of the Boston Bugle. And Eddie is one of the 4 male ghouls to have a full head of hair. Tommy Lonegan, Father Gabe, and the Vault Tech rep. Molly, a raider of Appalachia, mentions Eddie Winter by name as she describes how dangerous Boston was before the war, calling him the monster himself. Tommy Lee Lonegan. Oh, from the combat zone. Okay, yeah, sure. Tommy is an informant on runaway synths for the Synth Retention Bureau. He's the current holder of Kate's employment contract and is compliant with the fact that he will have to let her go in the event that he loses his current clientele, as he is concerned with the state of her chem addiction. Interesting. Tommy introduces the various PvP modes. Interesting. He's not acquirable as a playable hero and has no art outside of his talking, animation, and dialogue icon. Okay, sure. And Gabe. Father Gabe is a ghoul in the Commonwealth for Union's Hope Cathedral. Okay, so he's fighting feral ghouls for some reason. Despite his cries for help, Father Gabe remains hostile towards the sole survivor regardless of any aid they may provide. Father Gabe is one of only 4 male ghouls, as we've established. Okay. Seems pretty unremarkable. For whatever reason, he's fighting those ghouls, but, you know. Alright. So I guess that's kind of it for this guy. Okay, great. Eddie Winters. I'm gonna leave Nick Valentine just so no one ever has to wonder who Eddie Winters is if they don't remember. And we'll say similar to Desmond. Okay. I guess we'll stick with Fallout 4 and look at Captain Zhao. All right. He's the Ghoulified captain of the Yangtze 31. Sure. He's the last cognizant member of the crew. Soft-spoken and welcoming man, especially towards the sole survivor as an American. The guilt over nuking the Commonwealth using the missiles on board of the ship has changed him. He has been isolated after the Yanks 1 struck a mine not long after the Great War, the radiation from the damaged reactor turning the captain and his crew into ghouls. When he made it to the port of Boston, the city was already in ruin. The chaos from the direct aftermath of the Great War was still underway, which prevented anyone from particularly caring about a Chinese stealth submarine docking at the Boston Harbor. No kidding. For 2 centuries, he eked out an existence scavenging what he could from the destroyed city and fighting off raiders, gathering intelligence and information that would one day help him repair the vessel and return to China, where he hopes to rebuild or at least be able to die in his home country. Whatever his fate, he wants to see his home one last time. Trouble is, the Forge and other raider groups, or gangs, might be a little too much to tackle for the ancient ghoul, submariner or not. His only companions during these 2 centuries were his crewmates. Unlike their captain, they have succumbed to radiation poisoning and turned feral. Zhao couldn't bring himself to put them out of their misery. Zhao recalls firing his ship's nuclear salvo as ordered, and it is clear that he is responsible for the nuclear detonation specifically in the Commonwealth. He reflects on the actions with guilt, regretting the destruction he caused. It is possible that one of the nuclear warheads fired from the submarine was the one that created the glowing sea. He claims that the city was already ruined when he arrived at the fort. He seems to consider the liberation of Anchorage a joke. He's clearly aware that the war is over, but still holds traditional values of the old world. He refers to the sole survivor as capitalist and American, especially if they attempt to negotiate a higher reward for providing assistance. I can help repair a submarine. Should the sole survivor call Zhao Kami, they will demand that they die for destroying their country and immediately turn hostile. Should one help him repair the Yangtze reactor, he provides 3 homing beacons for some tactical nukes fired from the Yangtze as a reward, remarking that he does not want to bring the fire home. Zhao will also give the player character his sword, a unique weapon, if all 3 charisma checks are passed. Zhao was originally to have a larger role. Oh yeah, this is behind the scenes stuff. I don't care about that very much. Okay, so just another relatively slow exposure guy. Not super important. It's interesting that he didn't, despite the same radiation, similar to Oswald. Oh yeah, can I get that Rachel page open? Rachel and Rachel's holotape. Fallout 4. No. This is a different Rachel. Watkins. Yes, this one. Okay, organic chemistry with a penchant for acting. Sure. Great War. Survivors. Affliction continued to spread. Only a handful of sane ghoul survivors were left. She went to Bradburton. From there, she headed deeper into the wastes. Her search was for naught, and as she found out time and time again that countless towns she visited had no cure, that no cure existed, and ghouls simply go feral eventually. Distraught, she returned to the valley, only to find out that she herself was deteriorating. Unwilling to become a danger, she holed up in one of the buildings in Bradburton. After recording a final message to Oswald, yeah. So yeah, I guess it's impossible for me to know that she was like genuinely deteriorating or not, but she could be right. There's no way there's no significance to me in either way. That's her contribution. So yeah, these Dutch ghouls. This one I'm less sure. Uh, the FMS Northern Star. Are these raiders and not? Are they not ghouls? Uh, it is populated by ghoulified Norwegian raiders, so they're Norwegian. Norwegian. That's close. Oh, the I is after the G, not before. There we go. Enter by climbing the metal crates inside the wreck and go toward the ship's stern up a flight of stairs. Boarding the deck and approaching the bow, a lifeboat can be found which will lower the sole survivor down. There's a cooking station. Sure, sure. Quartermastery, Scribe Halen, has identified the location of the piece of technology she wishes to retrieve. Okay. Randolph, from the safe house, the railroad agent Mr. Timms will leave dead drops in the form of 6 holotapes for the sole survivor containing the information and possible hazards of the railroad's escort and escape of synths out of the Commonwealth. Great. To the mattress, the synth-hating L&L gang is a major threat to the railroad. Desdemona has a lead on them and asks the sole survivor to help neutralize their members. Sure, sure. While the entire crew speaks Norwegian, the terminals controlling their turrets are interfaced in English. Interesting. When encountered, they will tell the sole survivor, go away and leave us alone. And when one dies, the others will exclaim, you killed him. And their last words upon death are often, I'm coming home. The pilot house is almost identical to the ones seen on tugboats. The terminal in the pilot house is one of the only ones known to display the hidden subroutines of the turret override program holotape. Just off of Spectacle Island, there's a sunken container ship identical to the FFS Northern Star. And lastly, if pacified with intimidation, the raiders will remain silent for as long as they are non-hostile. Okay. So this is kind of a dead end, but you know, they do exist. I'm gonna assume that they're pre-war. I don't know that they are, but and then we have lastly just the Master and Herald. Okay, let's go with the Master first. I'm much more familiar with Herald. Okay. Master of the Supermutants, or simply the Master, referred to by the children of the cathedral as the Holy Flame, Dark God, and Father Hope, was the founder and the leader of Unity, a mutant-led organization dedicated to the transhuman transformation of mankind in post-nuclear world. By the time he was encountered by the Vault Dweller, the Master was a hybridized amalgamation of several dozen of humans and other mutants, as well as the Cathedral computer network, speaking in multiple voices and switching between them on the fly. The Master's end goal was to create a new race from humanity using FEV, one that could thrive in the post-apocalyptic conditions of the world, and to rid humanity of its differences and reasons for waging war. The Master's race of mutants would be dubbed super mutants colloquially by most and would become a permanent presence throughout California and neighboring areas, and a long-lasting reminder of the Master's attempt to reform humanity. Okay, great. A variety of names used to refer to him and his followers, including Holy Flame. Yeah. He used to be a guy, no longer is. I think he just fell in the vat or whatever, right? In December, following a series of direct mutations by injecting doses of virus into various areas of his mutated body, Gray gained the ability to neurologically link with computers, allowing him to access bases databanks. Yeah, that doesn't sound anything like being a ghoul. He isolated radiation exposure as a crucial factor affecting transformation success. The first intelligent super mutant was assimilated by Gray as a fellow mind, creating the fledgling Master hive mind. The Unity began in earnest as the Master began to gather test subjects from local human communities. The process was slow, hampered by their scarcity, but over the next 30 years, he built up a small force of super mutants until the Great War of 2130 caused a shortage of specimens. Okay, so he's definitely post-war. This is actually, both of these guys are technically pre-war goals. Even Oswald is. Oh, I think Lenny as well is technically pre-war too. Part of the reason that I was splitting things up as I did is because like there's more relevant stuff. How relevant is this? Probably relevant enough to keep it. So we'll move this below as it's not super relevant to for the thesis in general, which means that I'm kind of leaving it where it was. Haha, great. Like most of this stuff doesn't actually matter. Just not like evidence necessarily, but highly relevant factors is what how I mostly feel about it. Okay, so the Master injected himself with FEV, and radiation is necessary for transformation. His last memory from the base was the sight of Gray being thrown into what appeared to be an acid bath, a vat full of FEV. Gray floated in the slime for some days, nearly drowning, with the extreme level exposures starting him on the path of becoming the Master. After he gained consciousness and dragged himself through the vats, he continued to mutate after the week-long immersion. The mutation eventually stabilized enough for him to notice his greatly increased mental capacity, capable of resolving the most complex of philosophical questions. What an interesting thing to discover about yourself. He's like, wait a minute. These dilemmas, I have the answers. He began experimenting on animals, infesting the military base to exposing them to the virus. When he dipped a rat and a dog into the virus at the same time, the resulting fusion inspired him to begin formulating a philosophical unification, laying the groundwork for the Unity. Okay, great. I don't know if the rest is going to be relevant, but we have to read it to see. He began focusing on acquiring subjects from the increasing number of caravans crossing the wasteland. The human settlements were oblivious to the true nature of the raids, blaming them on wasteland monsters. Their ignorance allowed the army to grow exponentially. There were enough super mutants to sustain mass production, while the success rate between 15 to 20%, with half going on to join the Master's army. It grew rapidly into a potent military force. The resulting army was named the Unity by the Master, becoming the foundation of his vision for humanity and the world. For the next 15 years, the Unity was expanded over New California, adding to the ranks and preparing to make their presence known. So Morpheus and his doomsday cultists were enlisted. Realizing that the benefits of retaining unaltered humans to his service to act as spies throughout the region, the Master recruited Morpheus' cult into his service, thereby expanding his power and thus creating the children to act as the Unity's public face, as well as maintain secrecy. 3 years later, there was a breakthrough. The Master's transferred his command, along with his immense pervasive body, to the Vault and ordered Morpheus' cultists to renovate the building. Sure. Cults. The cathedral was guarded by Nightkin. Sure. The Vault itself proved a wealth of information to the Master and the Unity. Most important, the locations of other vaults. Gathering prime suspects for super mutant conversion. Not all were successful. Sure. Wait. The detachment sent to investigate Bakersfield in Vault 12 wound up enraging the ghouls. Okay, sure. Uh, sure. The steady expansion of Unity operations and preparation for the attack on New California, spearheaded by the children of the cathedral, seemed impossible to prevent. However, the Master did not account for the Vault Dwellers' interference, who managed to uncover the plan while retrieving a water ship from Vault 13, for Vault 13, excuse me. Spurred into action by Vault 13 Overseer, they infiltrated the cathedral and destroyed it with a nuclear weapon, killing the Master. The Unity retaliated by attacking Necropolis, trying to locate the Vault Dweller, but it was too late. On April 20th, less than 2 months after the death of the Master, the Vault Dweller delivered the killing blow to the Unity by destroying the Mariposa military base. Although he disappeared into the wasteland, the Brotherhood of Steel picked up where he left off, driving the supermutants away with minimal loss of life on both sides of the conflict, establishing itself as a major power in the wasteland, but wisely remaining out of the power structure. Excuse me. Surviving supermutants would attempt to integrate into society or find a new life for themselves, with one attempt being Broken Hills, founded by Marcus and Knight Jacob in 2185, a place where regular and mutated humans can live side by side. Yet another group migrated away from New California, north and east, looking for places to settle. This doesn't seem that important anymore. He claims that those who cannot be mutated by the virus, as well as those who choose not to, will be allowed to live, provided they submit themselves to sterilization. Wait, what? The Master is the creator and leader of the supermutants. He is also the mastermind behind a movement called the Unity, the aim of which is to see as many humans as possible turned into supermutants, whether voluntarily or by force, by means of the FEP. He claims that those who cannot be mutated by the virus, as well as those who choose not to, will be allowed to live, provided they submit themselves to sterilization. Okay, so if they are sterilized, then they can just live as part of the thing, but they shouldn't reproduce more. Those that resist the Unity outright will be executed for trying to stand in the way of the Master's progress. In theory, the Unity is working towards the betterment of humanity, as supermutants are better adapted to live in post-nuclear wasteland. Also, according to the Master, turning all living beings into one singular race would finally eliminate the differences and the human fallacies that ultimately brought about nuclear war. However, the Master is unaware of a fatal flaw in his plan. All supermutants are sterile. The Vault Dweller can help Vree, a scientist of the Brotherhood of Steel, come to this conclusion, and later use this information to convince the Master that his endeavor has no chance of success. Or if they decide to join the Unity, the ending will show the Vault Dweller being turned into a supermutant, then show the Vault 13 residents being killed by the supermutants. This ending is non-canon, however, as it would contrast with the events of Fallout 2. Okay. What are floaters? I know what centaurs are. What are floaters? Large, soft-bodied invertebrate, named after the flotation sacs that allow it to hover in the air. Parts of its body include a head, mouth, foremouth, float sac, tail, ganglion, and ovipositor. Floaters are often found in groups. I don't know what an ovipositor or ganglion is, and I'm afraid to ask. Like, genuinely afraid to ask. I think we're going to move on. Master is a psyker, though. So we'll add that to the other note. Master. Deal with that later, perhaps. So not a lot that needs to be added. The ghoulification process isn't perhaps that dissimilar from what the Master was doing, because FEV is used, but radiation is also necessary. I don't know if that has any real relevance, though. All right, let's go to Harold, our friend. Harold? There we go. So we have Fallout 1, 2, Amazon, a little bit. Thanks for that ad. And Fallout 3. Uh, Harold is a unique denizen of the wasteland. He survived the Great War in a vault and has witnessed many pivotal events and met a multiplicity of influential people throughout his travels across the former United States. Rising to prominence as a caravan master in the formative years of the hub, he would meet the future master, travel to Mariposa military base, undergo a change into a ghoul-like mutant through exposure to FEV, lose everything, then become a wasteland traveler. His journey then took him to the town of Gecko, where he enjoyed a new life for a period of time where he eventually became an unwilling deity for the tree minders in the capital wasteland, on the opposite end of the continent where he began. Harold is a kind-hearted soul with a comical personality. He made many friends throughout his travels, potentially including the Vault Dweller, the Chosen One, and the Lone Wanderer. He is kind to children and treats his branching appearance with respect. Despite his afflictions, Harold remains lighthearted and will chat with the player about various past and present wasteland happenings. He came from Vault 29. And remembers the sirens in the days when terrible things happened, living in the overcrowded vault. Sure. The reason was that his shelter, Vault 29, was populated with young children. Sure. A human scientist. Oh, you said Vault 28, I think. Taki, it's okay. Vault 29, it seems like. Placed under the care of Diana, a human scientist immortalized by merging her human brain with a supercomputer controlling the vault and the nursery, a repository of seeds and genetic records preserved in case of a global thermonuclear war. Diana would control the unrest by periodically releasing young dwellers to scout the surface and report whether it was safe to settle. They never returned, as Diana would take them to the nursery, where they would either be able to rejoin her or leave after being conditioned to be unable to speak of the nursery or the vault. He left in 2090 at 18. Yeah, that checks out. Sorry. And began to make his fortune as a trader. Sure. He financed an adventure to New California with Richard Gray. After fighting through what seemed like endless stream of mutants, they finally reached a Mariposa military base. Francine was wounded and Mark was sent to the surface, never to be heard from again. The two of them penetrated their way into the base's central core, where the vats of FEV were located. The expedition that finally routed with the robotic cranes crashed into them, sending Gray into a vat and badly injuring Harold. He passed out, only to wake up in the wastelands days later in the throes of change due to the exposure to FEV, which he handled a contaminated item to the base. When he handled a contaminated item to the base, sure. He was found by traders 4 days later and taken back to the hub. His horrifying transformation caused him to lose his business. Okay, sure. Seems like he just resembles a ghoul. He looks like such a pleasant guy. The following is based on Project V13 and is not canon. Interesting. The Chosen One runs the Herald. Yeah. Vault City after the destruction of the Necropolis. Poseidon Energy. Yeah, that's all fine. And then he's in the Capital Wasteland. All of this is very familiar to me. Unlike most people who are exposed to FEV, Harold did not become a super mutant, but is the result of a unique combination of radiation damage from constant low-level environment exposure and contact with the FEV, resulting in a hybrid of species. Yeah, he's apparently different from a super mutant, and a ghoul. So, yeah, that's fine. All right. So, in conclusion, we started with the question, what are ghouls? How do they become ghouls? And what's up with, being feral? And what's with the conflicting sources? As far as I can tell, we can unite everything together without any innate contradictions, despite how messy, perhaps, Billy is. It's actually not that bad. Because we just need to consider. Yeah, this isn't a lore video, but I mean, it's kind of like a lore video. I'm talking about lore. But yeah, you came at the very end. So the biggest contention or point of contention, as far as I'm aware, with regards to uh, ghouls, is Billy Peabody here. This guy, because he's a child ghoul. He also has human eyes, but he was trapped for 210 years, right? So at the at the very base level, the issue is, how is he a child if he was a ghoul for 210 years? And I think that the result is really this. Active ghouls theoretically require food and water. And I think that if you're not active, I'm not sure that ghouls actually require food and water. I haven't seen that, like, demonstrably proven. I know ghouls want food and water, but I don't know that they actually truly need it. And with that in mind, it seems to me that if ghouls have some kind of like hibernation state, which has been demonstrated not just in Billy Peabody, but in other people like Coffin Willie, for example. He was buried alive for, it's presumed, months, at least an amount. He was buried alive for more than a day. Let me put it that way, right? If you're buried alive for more than a couple days, you're very, very dead due to suffocation mostly. But there's other people as well. Woody the Mummy was basically on display, they say for weeks, roughly, but you have to actively wake him, right? Which means that he's basically just like comatose, which isn't like unheard of for people to just be comatose and like, be like wrapped up or anything like that. But that's what I'm basically supposing, is that Woody was comatose, and that comatose state, when applied to other people like Coffin Willie and Billy Peabody, allows for, especially in conjunction with some level of radiation, probably, uh, ghouls to just like continue to exist, like kind of in perpetuity. There's also the idea that ghouls generally are just healed by radiation, so it is in some ways certainly sustaining them. We could talk about the marked men of the Divide, who simply could not exist outside of the Divide because of the radiation, that the intense radiation keeping them alive. Like they simply must be there. So yeah, I think that's ultimately what's going on. And I don't know how much radiation is necessary for a ghoul to just like exist, especially in an inert state. But as I understand it, there are definitely places where you can go that no one else has gone in the Fallout games, right? That have ghouls, despite them not having any food or presumably any like significant amounts of water or anything like that. They're able to just exist in like a dormant state eternally. That's what I'm positing, right? And as far as I can tell, after having done the deep dive with all of these notes, there's nothing to say that they can't just hibernate, basically. Particularly hibernating in a place with radiation. They certainly can exist more or less in perpetuity. That's straight up canonical, right? Eddie Winters. Oh, sorry. That was a mistake. Eddie Winters was able to exist in isolation for 210 years. Uh, and that's like dead ringer for certainly with food and water. They have no problems at all. Uh, even in isolation. So like being feral isn't necessarily a concern. You just have to be built different. So yeah, ultimately that's where I rest on this. I feel like ghoul hibernation probably is a thing. I'm not sure why it isn't confirmed as a thing. Because it seems like it resolves almost all of these problems all at once. Another thing that's highly worth noting is Bill Peabody, right? Billy Peabody is a child and is pre-war. Supposedly he had a friend Cindy who's also pre-war. He does only note that, but like it is kind of like a supposition. We only really hear about it from him. But the other thing that's highly relevant is Typhon, which I don't see. I know he's here though. Yes, Typhon. Typhon is the son of Set, who appears in Fallout 2, and Typhon became a ghoul as a kid and grew up as a ghoul. He's an adult now, but he grew up as a ghoul, which means that Billy is very likely in 10 years he's going to be an adult. And the only way that makes sense, if Billy is a pre war ghoul, which it is implied or actually kind of outright stated, the only way for him to be a kid for 210 years consecutively is that he's in some kind of hibernation dormant state and his body isn't growing. And the way that he's able to sustain himself is partly because ghouls probably just straight up don't require food and water. And if they do require food and water at all, it's only because they're active. And obviously, in the refrigerator, he was getting radiation. That's how he became a ghoul in the first place, right? So I imagine that's the situation that we're dealing with. And that's my story. I think that there's no innate contradictions here. I definitely would be glad to field any questions though. These guys, these pre-war ghouls, ultimately don't really matter. They were just kind of things that I looked into and you know felt like I needed to vet. Like for example, Kent Connolly, right? He's in the memory den, and Irma, or not Irma, the doctor. Irma's his friend, but the doctor who oversees, who like gives Curie her new body, and she also helps you with Nick Valentine enter Kellogg's brain space or whatever. She was worried about Kent Connolly not eating very much, but she's a brain doctor, not like a biology, health, you know, awareness doctor. She wasn't saying that he was like deteriorating or anything, like he was like physically unwell because he hasn't eaten. As far as I can tell, she was just aware that Kent Connolly, enters the memory den thing, like the brain space, at 8 a.m. and at 8 p.m. he's still in there. So obviously he hasn't eaten. So she's just worried about him not eating, right? That isn't to say that they absolutely need to eat. She was just concerned about him not eating, and that's as far as it goes. Everyone else who says things about like needing to eat is just their presupposition that ghouls do indeed need to eat. We haven't seen a ghoul starve to death, to my knowledge. We haven't seen a ghoul die of dehydration either. There is, there are people, let me put it that way, there are people who definitely feel like they need to eat. Harland, it comes to mind in a big way. But like, it's not obvious to me that they absolutely truly do. Um, there is an end card for Necropolis, which I actually should have looked at. See if I could find it. Let's go here. Really? Why? We go here. Necropolis. Apparently, there's many different types of necropolis. I mean, specifically the Fallout one. So I know that they say that they need the water chip for necropolis to be okay in the post game. Can I get? Is this the first game? Fallout 1, not Fallout 2? So hard for me to tell the difference between them. Probably. Can we look at like Fallout 1 endings? Trying to find this. I want to know what precisely they say about Necropolis. Fallout ending. Okay, here we go. Fallout endings. Necropolis. All right. And I'll bring this back as well. We have this one. Okay. I'm gonna bring this in front for now. It's a little small even, but we can fix that a little bit. Okay, so first Necropolis, right? If the water pump is maintained, the ghouls of Necropolis learn how to maintain and the repaired water pump and eventually rediscover many lost secrets of engineering. They form a business selling this technology to other towns. Okay, very good. For dehydration, the ghouls of Necropolis learn firsthand the final meaning of dehydration as their city succumbs to the desert sands and the water runs out. Without their help, without their water purifying chip, they do not survive. And lastly, the mutant attack on Necropolis spares none of the ghoulish inhabitants after the mutant armies advance and leave a truly dead city behind them. So this, to me, doesn't necessarily say that the ghouls die, but the city dies. Without their water purifying control chip, they do not survive. It's possible that it's literally, it means that literally, where it's saying that the ghouls explicitly do not survive. But what makes way more sense, just like thinking about it critically, is that when there is a bad situation in Necropolis, the ghouls just go somewhere else instead of dying of dehydration. But, you know, it's possible that they mean that like strictly literally, where water is strictly necessary. But even then, I would go so far as to say that these ghouls of Necropolis are then active. They're not hibernating. Now, as for how one enters like a hibernation state or like enters like a comatose state effectively, I don't really have a good answer, to be fair. But I think that there's nothing precluding that from being existent, if that makes sense. And indeed, you do see right here. I do think that they probably do. It's very possible that they do require food and water when they're active, but there is almost certainly, in my opinion, some kind of hibernation state that they're able to either enter or just, you know, be a part of, like incorporate into themselves in some capacity. Don't know how, don't know why, but it seems like that's a thing. That's a thing to me. All right. So what do we do now? That's ghoulification as far as I'm concerned. We can go on to the next thing. What's the next thing in the title? Oh, Mr. Perfect. Oh my god, dude. All right, so this one was an idea. Okay, let's end the recording for now and move on to the next one.